Welcome to Connected Africa Summit 2024. Forging a transformative path for Africa's digital future. Happening from April 21st to 25th, 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya. Everything happens here. Come and let's explore transformative initiatives shaping the digital destiny of Africa. Visit www.connected.go.ke and register now.
Nafanya kwa stage, nafanya stage cha Chiboroa Eldoret through highway. Tangu waweke wifi kwa stage inatusaidia sana. Sasa wakati customer anakupigia simu, unaingia tu online, unaongea na yeye kwa WhatsApp. Unatumanishia space yenye imebaki kwa gari, anakutumanishia fare, una connect na yeye. Alafu tena hii wifi imetusaidia sana. Kwanza watu kama sisi hatukuwa tunajua mambo ya TikTok. Nowadays tuko TikTok 24/7, tunapata vitu mzuri huko ndani, lakini tunaenjoy sana. By the way, tunawaambia sisi tunashukuru watu wa ICT, bado waongeze tu wakati tunatumia wifi ikuwe ni inashika vizuri.
Kenya is recognized to be a pace setter in the region and in the digital space. The country has an ambitious plan to onboard 80% of government services online for the Kenyan citizen to have efficient access to government services. To ensure the safety of our citizens online, the ICT Authority is working toward ensuring online security as well as guaranteed trust while transacting online. We bring you digital signatures and certificates by the ICT Authority. A digital signature can be equated to an electronic stamp that is used to prove that a digital document, a message or transaction is real, authentic, and hasn't been tampered with, and assures the recipient that the same originates from the intended sender of the information. The authenticity of documents is ensured as they are time-stamped with a verifiable digital trail that shows who signed it and when. This guarantees that documents or transactions haven't been tampered with by the use of encryption keys to create a unique code that is very difficult to fake or replicate, making processes more efficient as documents can be signed electronically, saving time and costs. This guarantees that documents or transactions haven't been tampered with by use of encryption keys to create a unique code that is very difficult to fake or replicate, making processes more efficient as documents can be signed electronically, saving time and costs. It is envisaged that the NPKI will revolutionize various sectors in Kenya and will enable citizens and businesses to also benefit from using digital signatures.
Must in all aspects of our daily lives. And while global network capacity has grown exponentially since 2010, it's still not enough to meet surging demand. Growth of bandwidth-intensive applications will require another massive increase over the next decade. To get there, the network needs to scale without limits, from the network edge all the way to the core. At the same time, reducing complexity and increasing efficiency in day-to-day network operations becomes a must. Network operators can achieve this by focusing on technology innovation in these key areas: coherent optics, WDM line systems, optical network switching, and optical network automation. Coherent optics need to scale to provide ever greater TCO savings across metro, long-haul, and subsea applications. The optical line systems that carry the wavelengths must be able to scale to increase WDM network capacity over optical fiber cables. New innovations in OTN and wavelength switching will enable the scaling needed to efficiently and reliably manage massive amounts of bandwidth across the network. With optical network automation, networks will be able to adapt to outages in real time, automatically retransmitting data along alternate paths, and help operators scale while streamlining their operations, reducing manual effort and improving reliability. Tomorrow's networks will also leverage open APIs and new architectures to further simplify scaling and drive down costs. Nokia is delivering the technical innovation and network vision to make scaling simple. We are enabling the next decade of scaling with technology innovation in coherent optics, WDM line systems, and end-to-end POTN switching solutions. In parallel, intelligent optical automation software, open networking solutions, and evolution to simpler architectures will allow network operators to simplify their networks. At Nokia, we are driving the evolution of optical networks. Stay ahead of massive bandwidth demands, simplify and optimize architectures, while lowering costs of network operations. That's scale made simple.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
From 21st April 2024, Kenya is hosting Connected Africa Summit 2024.
What we want to do in this Connected Africa Summit is to use this platform to elevate the discussions that we have been having at Connected Kenya to now a continental level, so that we think together as one continental ICT family and come up with a very clear tech roadmap.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. To opt in as a clearing agent, open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt In. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons, such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality. Vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
This is a very, very important week for Africa, Your Excellency, because it gives us the opportunity as Africa
to discuss the emerging issues in our operational environment in view of dynamism in the technological space and come up with a very, very clear tech roadmap.
The primary ambition of this summit is that through determined collaboration and innovation, we will lay a sustained foundation of connectivity and empower the people of Africa to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals as well as the AU's Agenda 2063.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of connected Africa. When I say every business is a tech business, it is a reminder that technology innovation isn't just about what is flashy, it's about addressing real problems to help real people, like our ancestors did when they first used technology to create that first-hand tool.
A leading European online business network with a user base spanning 15 million members found itself grappling with the complexities of rapid data growth and scaling analytics. Traditional solutions like NFS stores and relational databases couldn't keep pace with the demands of real-time data integration, performance monitoring, and the advanced analytics required by their distributed teams. The gears were grinding to a halt. Like a machine needing fine-tuning, their existing data and AI solutions needed to catch up. HP as Emerald Data Fabric made their operations run smoothly. The platform provided the stability, security, and scalability they desperately needed. It also enabled real-time data integration with other sources like Adobe Analytics. This empowered stakeholders with self-service access to raw data for immediate analysis. Now multiple use cases could be handled on a single cluster, and their clunky machinery became a well-oiled, enterprise-ready machine. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Data management and administration time was slashed from 30% to less than 10%, freeing up resources for innovation. The ability to instantly glean insights from raw data opened up new avenues for business opportunities. Moreover, the platform's new global namespace eliminated the confusion of accessing and finding data and provided the global visibility needed by the data science teams. Now, not only is their machine well-oiled, but it's also more versatile and powerful than ever, capable of easily adapting to future challenges.
In the heart of Kenya's journey, there exists a beacon of change and progress. For over 2 decades, we have been dedicated to transforming the landscape of this beloved country. At the core of our mission lies the commitment to advancing infrastructure. We have tirelessly worked to connect communities, providing reliable network services that have powered communication and connectivity. Education is the cornerstone of growth, and we believe in equipping the youth for success. Through innovative technology, we've bridged the educational gap, bringing knowledge to every corner of the nation.
The initiative has reached 28 counties, providing intense face-to-face training for over 2,500 Kenyans.
Our dedication extends to the natural world as well. We've joined hands with conservationists to protect wildlife and preserve the environment for generations to come. In our 24 years of unwavering commitment, we look back with pride at the transformation we've fostered. Together, we have built a brighter, more connected, and sustainable future for Kenya.
The ICT competition, for instance, it's a very important one. Not only to the students or learners who would be part of the competition, but it will generate a lot of awareness in the general public about ICTs and their importance. But more important, I believe the students, the learners themselves, the competitors, it would not only encourage them to develop and be creative in things they do, and encourage them to further go on into ICTs. I think it would promote creativity amongst them. It would give them digital skills which are critical, in fact crucial, in this century going forward. From now on going forward, ICTs are very important.
I think this competition would help enhance and strengthen the cooperation because it's looking for talents. And that's the whole essence of a competition. You are putting out a call there for people to submit, and then only those who feel they are equal to the task that can do that. And so more often than not, it is those who have the talents and feel convinced about it that they will actually respond to the call. So that way, the cooperation and the talents that we have amongst our students can be picked also fairly early and also supported to move on to the next level.
We recognize the vital role that Huawei is playing in the country in sponsoring students and also sponsoring the competition within in universities and TVETs, and therefore be able to get the best out of the ICT students.
Through this competition with the corporates, what happens is that you are interacting on one-to-one to a big extent. And I know and I appreciate that they work in teams, but there is that element of being able to identify a talent that you can quickly pick and absorb, probably after they are through. So it really works to strengthen, it works to expose the students to the world of work, it serves to expose the students also to the expectations of the corporation, the corporates.
I wish to encourage all the finalists in the regional competition. We recognize the hard work you put into this, and therefore we wish you the best.
Connection, glory,
future ICT competition.
Huawei ICT competition has been launched in over 70 countries worldwide, with over 80,000 contestants from more than 1,600 universities and colleges.
As a participant in the ICT competition, I've had the privilege of being part of a transformative movement. I joined in September 2022. The idea was to further explore the world of networking, to to improve skills in this area of technology in a fun yet a challenging environment and for personal growth. This competition has not only provided a platform for me to showcase my skills and talents, but it has also allowed me to learn from others and expand my knowledge and understanding of the possibilities that technology brings.
Students are agents of change. So taking such development, personal development, it's first a commitment and a willingness to reach higher levels and to challenge themselves. And here we are. They challenge and they succeed. So this is really awesome.
Huawei ICT competition enables students to connect with the ICT industry to practice their knowledge, face future demands, and embrace a better tomorrow.
Yeah, initiatives such as ICT skills competition among our students, it unlocks their potential. And competitions actually makes your brain to sweat. And in the process of sweating, it brings out the best. So, and when they are competing, they say, I want to be the best. So this inter-university competition and the incentives of the trophy or laptop or phone makes them to make the brain stretch beyond their imagination, bringing out the best out of them, and the idea that also impact the industry in terms of the idea creativities, which will help to improve the community and the society and the world at large.
You are here, you are going to China. It is technology that is going to drive us going forward. So as you defeat your competitors on the other side, where you're going, start telling us and thinking how you can craft Kenya at 100 through technology. You must now take us to the next level. We must leapfrog, and technology is what will get us there.
Be our good ambassadors there. Show to the world what Kenya is, and please, that flag which is lying on your table, fly it as high as you can, and we look forward to celebrating your achievement when you come back.
So it is your innovation, your talent that has become the new currency.
To the winners, we say congratulations. Connection, glory, future.
We have launched Huawei ICT competition since 2015 globally, and this program enables students to compete at the highest level with fellow students from higher education, from institutions of higher learning and Huawei ICT academies. This year, the competition has reached over 150,000 students across the world, and specifically in Kenya, we have over 5,800 students who joined this year's Huawei ICT competition. The competition has 3 distinct phases. We have a national level of the Huawei ICT competition, and then top students from this level are forwarded for the Southern Africa regional, which has over 50 teams and 140 students from across 15 Southern Africa regions. And these students can then compete at a global stage in Shenzhen, China.
My main motivation to join the Huawei ICT competition is just to get in touch with the industrial standards and get my technical skills at par with what is needed in the industry as I prepare to transition from university to industry.
The competition has 4 distinct technology areas. That is network track, we also have a cloud track, an innovation track, and now we have also introduced a computing track. These technologies are those in data communications, in cybersecurity and wireless networks. We also have cloud, AI and big data, and also IoT and cloud for innovation. We've also introduced Open EULA and Open Gauss and Kumpen for the computing track this year. Some of the newest technologies that Huawei has launched and now provided an opportunity for students to learn about and compete.
Professionally, I believe the competition has helped me a lot. It has helped me solidify a lot of the concepts that I only knew about in theory. We have done very comprehensive labs, and I believe I have solidified most of the concepts that I'm required to know.
The competition has been very helpful. Participating in the Huawei ICT competition, and as a lady, getting those skills and having them at hand is going to give you an upper hand, especially this time the companies are trying to balance the male and female ratio in the companies. So as a lady, if you're able to do it, and if STEM is your thing, just do it, go for it. This is for us.
This year, we believe that the Kenyan team has what it takes to win even at the global stage, as we have seen the outstanding dedication among all the students, and we have been able to select 21 excellent students who are now being featured at the regional stage, and we believe that through all their hard work, through all their dedication, we are going to win at the global stage.
At Cisco, we believe inclusion isn't just the right thing to do, it's the innovative thing to do. Because every invention, every improvement, every achievement, every small step and giant leap inside our company and in the history of the world started when a different perspective was invited, a different voice was elevated, a different opinion was accepted. To us, inclusion is progress. And it's why we're reimagining how people come together, changing the system, tearing down barriers, respecting and honoring each other's identities, promoting equality and fairness, using technology to create more opportunities, and powering a more inclusive future for each other, for good, for all.
And for Africa to become a truly digital powerhouse, as we envision it to be, we must be deliberate in attracting investments into Africa in the area of ICT. We as a country, Kenya has already set a good example by scrapping the requirements of 30% local ownership for companies in ICT to set up in Kenya. This conversation must be held at a continental level without necessarily exposing our talent and our local innovators to exploitation by foreign countries. We have to balance attracting investors into the continent vis-a-vis exploitation of local talent. But the most important thing that we need to do is to set up policies that support and ring-fence our innovators, because what has been happening is that most of our innovators start good solutions and then they sell them for a dime to foreign investors. Why? Because that person does not have the required resources for them to move from startup to growth. So they find it easier to negotiate with a foreign investor, and they actually sell out their innovations. So one of the things that we need to do is to establish mechanism and policies that can be able to ring-fence that, and also establish supporting structures by way of establishing something like innovation funds, where different agencies, development partners, and also government, private sector can be able to pool all their resources and support innovators who then can go into these sectors and support economic growth.
ICT Authority has held Connected Summit for the last 12 years. We've had conversations that have been very fruitful and has impacted our country. On the 13th event, we are very happy that it's coming to be African and continental. There are also these emerging issues that we've seen during the COVID-19, how it affected global supply chains. How do we position Kenya and the continent and the region as a contributor to the global economic growth by giving diversification of supply chain and also availing our smart talent to be able to be contributors to the global economy?
My name is Sarah Mafi Wanjiro Deuri.
My name is Judith Ndinda.
My name is Evelina Kinyi Muga.
My name is Zachary Nyange Mwasia. I'm a teacher by profession, currently lecturing at the Kenya Institute of Special Education. I have a great passion in assistive technology. In fact, anything to do with disability inclusion through assistive technology is my passion. Any assistive technology for a person with impairment is need-based. With me, I happen to be a visually impaired person. I call myself VIP. And this to mean that I'm limited to seeing text that is in print. If I happen to have a book like this, for example, I may not be able to tell whether I'm holding it upright or upside down. So I may not be able to tell. So because I'm limited from my sight being able to read the printed text. However, now that's where technology comes in to help me be able to tell that this book is upright, is upside down, or say, for example, has this and that text which says this.
As a person living with disability, I had no confidence, because especially of my speech. But the Institute has given me an opportunity to raise my self-esteem. And also, I feel good when I work with parents and other clients who are living with disability, just to give them hope and see them grow, makes me also grow as well. So I believe I'm not where I was. I've really grown in terms of my own perception towards science and disability as a whole. So my experience has been good.
Institution may improve on their skills by adding more technology technological devices or assistive devices, so that the learners may be able to access and read on their own, and also learn more in using the assistive technology.
The courses are very helpful because right now, I'm able to work back with the community. Unlike before, I could do nothing. But with the help of technology, it's now very possible and very smooth to work back with the community.
Huawei has done quite much, and in regard to the institution directly, Huawei is in both the devices and also the services. And in particular, some services, for example, getting guidance in terms of the network connectivity, say funding of one or two activities that are happening around. You see, that to me is a lot of support because, you know, they may not be expecting a lot from us in terms of return, but they are giving much.
I would like to thank you for choosing us as the first time, identifying and choosing to partner with us, and also giving us the opportunity to tell the society what we are doing. We really want to thank you, and we hope that more of these opportunities will come.
The GIGA project aims to connect learners in Kenya to the internet by giving them an equal opportunity to information and choice. Out of the 513 schools, we've managed to connect 41 special needs schools.
Maseno School for the Deaf. It's a school that takes care of the needs of learners who are having hearing impairment and who are deaf-blind.
I use the computer 4 times in a week in school. Our learners, they are mostly access their learning through the visual sense because their hearing is not very much of use to them. So the school connectivity to internet by UNICEF has assisted us a lot, especially in improving our teaching. Our children are able to access learning, and especially learning through the visual sense. They are able to get the knowledge in a much better way. He uses internet for education purposes than any other thing. So if she wants to find out the meaning of any words, she feels maybe this word is very difficult to understand and maybe as a challenge during exams, she can search it on internet. The internet connectivity is a very important component in learning. We had connectivity to e-kitabu materials. The e-kitabu have tried to write their stories in sign language. So the learners look at the pictures, look at the signs. At the end of every story, the learners are asked questions about the story that they have been signed to. Through that, the learners have known that they can be able to read a story, comprehend, and answer questions.
Our teachers, the caregivers, are now able to even find better ways of taking care of these children through the use of the internet.
The GIGA project would not be successful if we wouldn't thank our donors who have been instrumental in ensuring that these schools have been connected. We thank the European Commission, the German and UK NATCOM for their support throughout the project.
I think and I wish when I grow up in future, I would like to become a doctor. So a doctor is important because helps people in health problems. So I would like to be a doctor because I want to tackle health issues of different people.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
In the heart of Africa, where the golden sun kisses the earth, where champions train, here lies the home of champions. In the raw beauty of Kenya, champions are forged. Every stride, every sweat, every victory, all born from the soil of this majestic land. Witness the adventure and become part of magical Kenya's great marathons such as Stanchat, Lewa, and many more, and experience the spirit of Kenya. There is so much more to the magic. Here is a sanctuary where the serenity of nature revitalizes and rejuvenates. Rich with the authentic Kenyan culture of hospitality. Vibrant with life at every step. Come and discover the magical Kenya. Welcome home.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Does the hassle of purchasing insurance for your cargo during importation wear you out? Introducing the Coral Mini app on the M-Pesa app that allows clearing agents and importers compare quotes, pay for marine cargo insurance, and view certificates on their phones wherever they are 24/7. Opt in as a clearing agent. Open the Coral Mini app on M-Pesa app. Enter your company's KRA PIN. Enter your individual KRA PIN. Enter your work email address. Accept the terms and conditions. Select Opt in. Input your M-Pesa PIN. You'll receive a confirmation SMS. You will see the insured and uninsured cargo attached to your company's KRA PIN. To insure your cargo, select the IDF for the cargo you wish to insure from the list presented. Choose an insurance quote from preferred insurer or change to a different insurer. Proceed to pay from your M-Pesa or send payment request to your customer. Once paid, your marine cargo insurance certificate and policy document will be emailed to you instantly. What's more, you can view your insurance certificate within the app. Just go to the Insured Cargo section and select the IDF. You're good to go.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, Friday, I went on a science trip to see the gorillas in Rwanda. Then we watched the cup final in London.
Oh.
On Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons again. Yes. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
technology on that bit. I will just set the context, and this is what you already have as well on the conference app that you can engage in. We'll be looking at manufacturing and the green and circular economy, looking at how do we employ smart factories in investing in a sustainable tomorrow, transforming and accelerating manufacturing within AI, looking at connected industries, that's through industrial intelligence, building hardware from nothing, disrupting the phone industry, looking at also African cases of devices manufacturing, addressing the device affordability, policies, challenges, and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the key focus areas will revolve around advancing sustainable manufacturing practices and, of course, fostering innovation. That's in the continent's industrial sector. Africa is witnessing a shift towards smart factories and green manufacturing initiatives driven by the need for environmental sustainability and resource efficiency, looking at interventions as well and reducing the impact on the environment. All as well, looking at the initiatives to promote the circular economy principles in the entire manufacturing process. Ladies and gentlemen, quite a rich panel discussion that we'll have over the next few minutes. I invite you all to please engage with us online and of course via the app, and of course those of us who are here as well, we'll have a session for a Q&A and a comment session where you can also be able to pose your question to the distinguished panelists that I'll invite on stage. So once again, karibuni sana. I honored and glad to see various dignitaries here. I see Madam Eva from Visa as well. Thank you for being here and being a partner as well. I see Mr. Karani from the Kenya Institute of Supply Management as well. Various executives from Kenya and of course around the world. So thank you so much for the support, and thank you to the ICT Authority and all the partners for ensuring that this conference came to fruition. So please give a round of applause to all partners, sponsors of the Connected Africa Summit. Fair enough. Now we are ready to begin. Allow me now to introduce the panelists, distinguished panelists in this order. First up on stage, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Kanono Ramashomole, who is the Principal Secretary from ICT from the government of Lesotho. Welcome, sir. Next up on stage, ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to invite Madam Leokade Ndakasiaba, who's the Minister of ICT from the Republic of Burundi. Welcome, Madam. Just a note that she'll be making a presentation in French, and of course, our ushers will be sharing the translation devices with you shortly. Thank you very much, Madam. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, from Saudi Arabia and looking after the Middle East and African market, representing HP Enterprise, Mr. Saleh Al-Menar, who's from HP Enterprise, to come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Minister for ICT and National Guidance from the Republic of Uganda, it's my absolute pleasure to invite Madam Dorothy Okello, who's the chairperson from the Uganda Communications Commission. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rohan Patil, who is the regional director from Vativ. That's a US company looking at critical infrastructure based right here in Kenya. Fair enough. And we are now ready to start our presentation. I went through the overview of what we'll be looking at on our discussion today. Each panelist will have some time to give their submission, about 3 to 5 minutes. But before we get into that, to set the scene for this session, allow me to invite Madam Dorothy Okello, who's speaking on behalf of her Minister of ICT from Uganda, to open with a short plenary.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Right. The ministers present, permanent secretaries, heads of mission, all protocol observed. Those who know me from Uganda know that that's usually the hardest part of my presentations, doing the protocol, and I hope I have done it justice. Indeed, it's a great honor for me to be asked by my minister to present on this topic on his behalf. And we're very grateful also to the government of Kenya for hosting this very important event, and also having such a topic so that we can really look at how we are pushing the ICT infrastructure and technologies to also support us in manufacturing. Just by way of preamble, in terms of Uganda, our president keeps talking about the 4 pillars. And 2 of them we are going to really emphasize today, but the other 2 are also related. One is ICTs, the other is services, the other is commercial agriculture, and then industry and manufacturing. And these are all coming home in the context that we look at this morning. And in particular, as we are looking at manufacturing and industry, we are really looking at it from a smart factories perspective, yes, but looking at 3 core areas as we venture into this space, okay? One is in terms of access and affordability across the value chain. So this is one of the areas that we have to be critical about. The other is the issue of employment. And especially as for most of Africa, in Uganda, 80% of our population is under 35 years of age. So that's a key factor for us as we look at such topics. And then, of course, looking at our environment. So if you look at our policies really coming together under our National Development Plan, one of our key pillars under there, therefore, is sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, driven by this context. And so that leads me then down into the topic that we look at this morning: manufacturing, green, and circular. So if we think about circular, and I think in the ICT space, we have some really good examples of this with our mobile phones. So either you're using brand new, or you are using refurbished. So that is one stage in the circular economy. Or we are repurposing and recycling them, all right? So we can harvest them for whatever parts we can get, all right, and repurpose what we can to other purposes. So in Uganda, for example, we have a partnership supported by UCC together with Makerere University and some of our private sector players, including MTN, where we are looking at how we harvest different devices, phones, laptops, and the like, take them through a repurposing process, support our labs for electronics, and then ship off further to our e-waste recycling plants for what we are not able to repurpose in that way. If we look at a green economy, I like to think that almost by default, we do practice the green economy, in the sense that for most of the work that we have to do for our rural connectivity and ICT services projects, we need to look at either diesel generators or solar, okay? And our trend is more towards solar. because those are the alternatives we have for power. And so that's why I said that in a way, we are by default looking at the options for renewable energy. But this is where actually also the technologies such as AI and others can come in to support our efficiency in terms of, okay, if we have to use solar, if we have to use the diesel generators and we have solar and we have hydropower coming in, how do we optimize the utilization of each of those powers to the minimal detriment of our environment? In other words, how do we minimize, in particular, the use of the diesel generators? So smart rectifiers, for example, that can help us automatically switch between these power sources depending on what is available. And then in the space of manufacturing, I think this is a territory where there's a lot of opportunity for us as Africa. And I think the good thing coming the third day through after all these speeches, we've heard about the cheetah leap, and I already spoke to the ED that I would like to borrow that phrase from him, in that we can see what's out there and we can see how we can actually embrace these technologies to improve our efficiencies and the like. So we have, for example, additive manufacturing, we have 3D printing, we have the opportunities for robotics and how we can apply that in our industries and build this ground up. Already taking advantage of this. Also, we are beginning the rollout in a number of countries. I know they have started off more as pilots and maybe within the larger cities, but this is also giving a very good use case for 5G. And the beauty of 5G technology is that it can be localized, you can have private networks and all that, so it's not something that you have to worry about doing mass, which means that in terms of our manufacturing sector, actually this provides a very good use case for why we need to invest in 5G technology and artificial intelligence and computer vision and IoTs, because in manufacturing, you have the opportunity to analyze, so first of all, to do a lot of sensing, remote monitoring, generating data, and we heard that one of the key ingredients you need for successful AI is data, but by default, manufacturing will give you that. So these are key areas that we need to look into. And what are the opportunities therefore for us as we look at manufacturing, but from a lens of AI and smart factories? So first is data-driven decision making, which is very important in terms of how we manage our resources, how we optimize our supply chains and make sure that we are doing the best that we can within what we have. Secondly, the opportunity for automation and the use of robotics. This is really immense and something that we should embrace because it can allow us to do more. I think also another key area, and this is something really big for us in Africa, is the issue of maintenance and how we plan around maintenance. A lot of what we suffer in terms of our infrastructure and even within the factories is an issue of planning around our maintenance. And so with AI, we have the opportunity actually to have predictive maintenance and therefore better plan around our resources so that we have a proper maintenance program in place. Also issues around quality assurance and monitoring. This is another big area for us and therefore enabling us to meet with different standards because, for example, in the circular economy example that I gave about our repurposing or recycling phones, one of the key challenges we're facing there is making these devices then available, but aligning with the standards. And so this is a key area and a key opportunity for us. So that actually by embracing these technologies, number one, we are looking at operational efficiency, enhanced quality, cost savings, and also the issue of energy optimization, especially given the dire need and dire shortage we have in terms of energy needed for our different processes. So this is really very key for us. But that all said, there are challenges, and again, I take the challenge we had yesterday from the Kenya government in terms of, there's a risk in everything, including eating has a risk. I think that's what he said. So what are some of the challenges, therefore, that we have to embrace and address head on? One is workforce development. We had the statistics yesterday in terms of what is the need, just in one space, cybersecurity. Over 3 million is the gap we have in terms of jobs that we need, in terms of skilled people that we need. So on the one hand, there is workforce development that we need to address. But then, on the other hand, is addressing reskilling and repurposing all those people that have certain skills that are now going to be overtaken through AI and automation. So that is something that is very important for us to look at, especially since for many of our countries, I can speak for Uganda in particular, we are grappling with issues of underemployment and unemployment. So we need to be mindful that as we embrace these technologies for all the advantages that they give us, we are not generating a problem on the other side in terms of worsening our unemployment statistics. The other key challenge that we need to address is around the issue of data security, okay? Because obviously, these factories and all, as I said, they are heavens for generating data for all kinds of things that we can use for our efficiency, quality management and all. Yeah, so, but how are we managing it? Okay, how are you protecting, if I may say, the company's secrets, your proprietary information and all? So that is another key area that we need to look into. And data security, starting from the individuals that are working, because we tend to be the weakest link in the chain, all the way to the experts that we're looking at in terms of cyber security. Also, in terms of the initial investments, it's not cheap to deploy. So that is something that we need to look at. We get the savings, yes, but there is a startup that we need to worry about. And then, of course, is the scalability, okay? And just in terms of wrapping this up, what I would like to say that I think this is a good, and I'm appreciative that it's a topic we've had here. It is something that we all need to come to the table to in terms of governments, in terms of private sector, and I appreciate you have that on the panel. Let me wear my other hat and say that also in terms of academia. My colleagues know I'm a big push for that, and in any case, because I do come from academia as my day job, I think if we bring these three players together, mindful of the fact that we have young people anyway, and those young people, the majority of them are in academia, so we can harvest that talent there, but also because they're the majority. So I think that's another motivation right there to see how we actually manage this challenge. Let me also use the opportunity that I have for this platform to remind you, I think, because I think the ITU should have sent out all these invitations that you would have got, for the Global Symposium of regulators that will be taking place in Kampala, 1st to 4th of July. But beyond trying to invite you to my beautiful country, the Pearl of Africa, on the third day, we are having a session on AI and robotics. And I think it would be a wonderful place, therefore, to be able to continue the kind of conversations that we'll have here, to be able to showcase more on a global stage, because this is now the Africa stage, in terms of what are the opportunities, what more we should be doing, and how we can actually drive this agenda in support of our national development and continental development at large. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. That's Madam Dorothy Okello, of course, representing the Minister of ICT from the Republic of Uganda. Thank you. And in the spirit of the East African community, looking at how do we enhance and influence, you call for partnerships between government, academia, and looking at the experts in the room as well. Let's cross over to Burundi and hear from Madam Leokadi to just set the context of, first of all, the advancements, of ICT in Burundi, and really how we can come together as a region towards just having ESC as a hub of ICT.
Merci. Merci beaucoup d'avoir organisé cet événement. Je commence à vous féliciter. Et avec tout le monde, nous pouvons applaudir pour le Kenya, qui a organisé ce grand événement. Merci aussi pour cette discussion d'aujourd'hui. Pour nous, au pays, dans notre...
that is going to be 80 megawatts of power. There is also a pipeline of a number of projects that the government is planning in the solar space, in the hydro power stations. I would also like to mention that almost all the power or the energy that we use in Lesotho is green, because we the deficit that we have in terms of power, we import from Mozambique. So I think we are doing our part as a small country in terms of contributing to the green energy. In terms of the circular economy, as a small country, we are still doing it at a primary level, but government is implementing some interventions to stimulate the industry. Recently, the government completed the guidelines for e-waste management. It was launched by the Ministry of Environment, but the Ministry of ICT was central to making sure that we assist them develop the guidelines. There are a number of opportunities that we realize in the market, because there is a thriving business activity in terms of steel scrap collection, paper, plastic. We believe that with the infrastructure that the government has deployed, like data centers, we'll be able to take advantage of emerging technologies like blockchain, so that we can trace every part of the waste that is being generated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our panelists for that first round of interventions. I will now maybe just want to kind of take it a bit further and sort of delve deeper into the areas that you mentioned. We had as well from the Republic of Uganda, just looking at calling for partnerships. I think there's a bit about that and seeing how we can collaborate on it. So maybe just to throw it back to Kanono, I like the bit that you said, you know, even as a country, we're trying to see how we can power manufacturing and also how to make it more sustainable. Are there any other areas perhaps you'd look at and see that as a region and as African countries can come together into the spaces they can collaborate on? Over to you. Then we can come around this way.
Thank you, moderator. I think from the examples also that have been shared in the panel, a lot of what we are doing already is based on renewable energy. To start with, just because of unreliability of it, this is when we start bringing the diesel generators and all that. So I think first is looking at the level of policy. All right, we too have an e-waste policy and all, but what are our policies around the circular economy and also the green manufacturing, taking into mind our special context. One, that we have to address access and affordability across the value chain, as I mentioned, because that is particular for us. Second, of course, that we have very young people that we are dealing with. So the issue of giving gainful employment being one of those. And that is, again, a challenge that we address across the continent. But this is one area where, if I may take, for example, the structure around sustainability that was shared from HP, and looking at how we break down into those different dimensions and what it is that we are doing in each of these spaces. Because from our different countries, even from the Honorable Minister in Burundi, she's shared what they are doing at their level in Burundi, so that we have frameworks that we are working around and that we are all leading towards, anyway, the AU Agenda 2063, because we do have that
as an overarching framework for our different countries. So I think the opportunity that Connected Africa provides us, and I'm really very happy that we are here discussing manufacturing. You know, on the face of it, if you said you were going to an ICT conference and then you said you were going to discuss manufacturing, it would almost look like you're out of place. But we're right here talking about manufacturing and talking about how we actually use ICTs and the fourth industrial revolution to do our manufacturing better and more sustainable, in a more sustainable way. So I think one is looking at the AU agenda that we have and then rolling that down to get frameworks that enable all of us to speak to the same page in terms of a framework, and then the localization coming in at a country-by-country level. Because from what we have got from this panel, it's clear that the kind of issues we are facing are similar. What is different might be the degrees to which we are doing it, and also maybe the special circumstances, for example, as was shared by the Honorable Minister from Burundi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Saleh, you're nodding. Looks like you want to add something onto it. Challenges are similar. Madam Dorothy has brought in the bit about having those frameworks. Yes, we have the Agenda 2063 from the AU as well. There's the EAC, ICT framework as well. We're talking about the SADC, ECOWAS, and the opportunities around the regional blocks. I don't know what you do want to chime in on that as well.
So as you mentioned, this is similar. So we serve a lot. We go to different countries and we see different challenges, different communities. And it's almost the same. So each one of these areas have specific area of improvement that require to be done. Now, when you look at technology and the impact of technology in manufacturing, we find out there is so many things that it can add to us in manufacturing. The simplest action today, or the simplest form today, having the right knowledge for a specific industries. Now, with the power of AI, with the power of analytics and data, with the power of having shared connectivity like the cloud, the internet, and so on, we can bridge the gap fast. So when we have an expertise in a specific sector, like an SME in manufacturing for iron or for, let's say, copper or for plastics and so on, and then you have AI mimicking that expertise and then transport it to the country, in this case, we will not need an expert on manufacturing themselves. We need someone to operate that manufacturing area. And that's by itself bridge a lot of gap. And today, we see with the advancement of technology and the cost of what we receive as component from manufacturing, we realize that the more R&D we do, the more we digitize this R&D, the more we can have affordable products, the more we can get them quickly. And we see that evident in logistics, we see that in raw material shipment, we see that evident in smartphone advancement, when communication advancement, 5G rollouts become much easier than before because the technology is becoming more affordable to have these kind of capability requirement. Now, to reach this state, we need to see how we can employ IT or technology to allow that element. And the form of AI is only one area, but let's talk about connectivity and wide spectrum of communication. Today, electrical lines, they can have copper wires or they can have, let's say, what we call the fiber wires in them. So which means I can distribute energy and also internet or connectivity at the same time with the same investment. That basically will take me to the second level is, if I can provide energy and connectivity to the area, what kind of use case I can use there? So we bridge the gap in schools, in hospitals, in community, and then create more community centers that focus on these areas. Now, once we have this connectivity and energy available, they will open, let's say, massive possibilities to educate young generation in the next, let's say, era. Today, I see most of the young generation are digital generation. They are with their smartphones, their iPads, their tablets, they have their IT and internet connectivity, and for them, internet is more important than food because they keep connected to the world. If we embrace that and enable them to focus their energy on learning more advanced ways of dealing with new digital era or the next digital era, or the 0 to 4, let's say, manufacturing, or let's say revolution, that will be a great investment for near future, where this will can impact heavily on how the countries can grow fast.
Thank you very much. And just before I call in our next speakers as well, I'm really grateful for those of us who've participated on the chat platform that's on the conference app. So I'll just sample through some of those questions as well. And before I do, I want to just give a special recognition and welcome to Mr. Stanley Kamangunya, who's the CEO, ICT Authority. Thank you for being here, sir, as our conference convener. Thank you for making it to day 3. A round of applause, please, to the ICT Authority leadership that's represented here. So really quick, what are some of the key principles of circular economy? I'll just sample them. Of course, some have been answered. Any specific ones, I'll just throw them to the panelists. What are the key principles of a circular economy, and how do they differ from the traditional linear manufacturing models? That's a question that was asked by Mr. Moez Alibahi. What are some of the examples of successful partnerships between manufacturers and environmental organizations to promote sustainability? I think there's a critical aspect on sustainability there that I can throw it to any one of the panelists as you give your closing remarks. Listening to that question, ladies and gentlemen, was asked by Moez as well. We are grateful. And George Munai asks, listening to the minister from Burundi, she highlighted the challenges in ICT infrastructure in her country and the challenges in ensuring the digital inclusivity. Is there a way that the East African community, and by extension the African Union, can ensure collaboration and capacity building amongst member states to ensure that all members make progress and ensure a growth that is all inclusive? Thank you. I think she'll respond to that on her closing remarks as well. If manufacturing is the way to go, that is Mr. Safe, Joey Safe. If manufacturing is the way to go in Africa as a way of curbing unemployment on the continent, why is it that the cost of manufacturing is so high that young innovators cannot afford? Looking at the cost of power, the high cost of the internet, and generally the cost of production in Africa is unmanageable. That was well put by Joey Safe. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm just going to go around. I know, of course, there are people who are watching us online. Please feel free to interact with us. The hashtag is shared on your screen and our X platforms as well. But I'm just walking around to see if there's any burning question, and I'll come to you. I'm going to start on this side on my right, just in the bit of making this panel very inclusive and participatory. All right, going once. Right, thank you very much. I'm coming right to the middle aisle. Okay. Panelists, looks like the deliberations were well put out across. And middle aisle, going once. Thank you. And last but not least, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we can just respond to the questions that have been shared. Who wants to go first? Kanono, you want to start? Maybe you can just, your quick thoughts on it, and also as you give your closing remarks as well, as we wrap up the panel. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I will not go to the questions, but I'll rather go back to your earlier questions about the areas of partnerships and collaborations that we can look at as Africa. For the smart manufacturing to happen, we always talk about the emerging technologies, AI, Internet of Things. So that means we are talking about the environment that is very rich in sensors. But we hardly talk about the infrastructure that is needed to run AI. We cannot ignore the global politics around the availability of semiconductor chips. I think as Africa, we have to come together, maybe collaborate in terms of research and development, develop our own chipsets that we can use for our infrastructure, because it becomes tricky if we don't do that. Our data will be analyzed outside of the continent. But there's another problem that we cannot solve, because if we are talking about sensors, we are basically saying there is a need for edge computing for mission-critical processes. If we don't have chipset, we'll still lag behind. Thank you.
If you can go ahead. Sure. Thank you. And I would like to also touch upon the question that was from audience about the cost of manufacturing, because as I mentioned, we have a potential to manufacture for the world. But as PS Kanone has mentioned, we need to start localizing the chipsets, and as a global manufacturer, chipsets and other hardware devices or other manufacturing systems. And as a global manufacturers, what I would like to say is this can be addressed into two specific segments. One is removing the inefficiencies or optimizing the current processes and current systems which are there into the overall manufacturing segment. May it be energy efficiency, may it be logistics, may it be also in terms of making raw materials availability. And the second and most important would be then the policy framework and the government support when it comes to importing of the raw materials, or even within the community, or with the free movement of the manufactured goods within the East Africa community. And as Madam Dorothy mentioned some time back, with the 2063 agenda, with the Africa Free Trade Zone, that will be there, but the expedition of that one would really lower the cost of manufacturing, so that we can advance it here faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Dorothy.
Thank you, moderator. They were very interesting questions. I want to thank the participants that shared through those questions. And I thought I would speak one around the issue of automation and its impact, plus, how do we start? Because indeed, initial investment, as I mentioned, is one of the challenges that we address. I want to say that in terms of connectivity itself, and this has also come through in the earlier days of the conference. At the moment, we actually have more of an affordability challenge in terms of access to connectivity than an infrastructure challenge. I think the statistics from GSMA put our usage gap, meaning that you are in an area where there is connectivity, but you don't have the devices, at almost about 60%. So that means that yes, there's an affordability issue. People have access to the infrastructure, but they're not connected. But it also means it's an opportunity for us to manufacture low-cost devices. However, and I said this as well, the challenge with that is it's low cost, but it's up to standard. Okay, so we need to do that. So that also then provides opportunity for employment. Now, in terms of training on, all right, we have that opportunity to look at what are the most needed skills in this era and how do we train towards that. And one of the things around COVID, a very, very painful experience globally, but one of the silver linings is that we were forced to learn at home. We were forced to work at home. We were forced to learn at home. And so the concept of online learning, self-paced learning was really driven across and all that. So we have opportunities, even without mortar and brick schools, to encourage opportunities, and even from the industry partner taking up those kind of courses and everything. So we need to skill right, and we also need to reskill, because there are people already with the skills for the traditional, that we need to do that. Then on the last bit in terms of, that I want to speak to, in terms of the startup, the initial investments for this are high, that is true. But the other thing that I liked, and I need to do some more research on it, just to understand it better. But on day one, we heard so much about the Hustler Fund. I guess the Kenyans would share a bit more about it. And the way I understood it, it's targeting SMEs, okay? So how do we have equivalent of such funds to support such innovations? Because remember, like even with manufacturing, we can do 3D printing. So that even helps even lower your costs of production. So how do we do that? How do we promote more tech parks? okay? So that these are central opportunities where innovators can go through and everything. And this is again why I'm promoting the ITU Global Symposium for Regulators in Kampala in July. We have a whole session around AI and robotics and what more we can be doing to support that. Now, I did say I was a teacher, so I think let me stop here because I can't talk up to tomorrow on this subject. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and duly responding to the questions presented. Saleh, over to you.
So before I start, let me take 5 minutes from your time, and let me talk about us as people when we evolve. In the 18th centuries, we started to do the basic form of factories, which was normal shops that they have multiple people that do specific functions to manufacture. In the 19th, we started to do mechanical, which is the industrial revolution started to show up. We started to see more mechanical factories that they can do more things, give mass production for products for people. And the 2000s, then we have more electrical kind of capability, analog and digital, let's say, components become part of the factories, manufacturing, where we enhance our logistics, enhance our factory predictability as a products. And that dropped down the cost of the components that we produce, but also take out jobs and create more jobs in different sectors and themes. So when we evolve as people, we evolve our surroundings as well. We adapt. In the Industry 4, what we see today, there are so many elements that we can look about, from 3D printing all the way to AI manufacturing. And then we look into how we can use all these capability to reduce the cost of manufacturing. The comment about the affordability of having lines of network and we have electricity to do factories and so on, it's valid. However, we have to start with baby steps. Start small. When you look at things from a bigger view and you want to be there and you still need to think about the foundation, you will find there is a lot of struggles that you might see as not an obstacles, but you don't need that at this stage today. You don't need these components and options today. Start with the basics. And then when you grow your customer fabric, when you grow the community attraction, then you can add more components and more capability and facility and even processes and logistics to enable this to go in a much faster way. And this is where the entrepreneurship becomes an important thing. When we think about entrepreneurship, we look into things, how can I create something from scratch? And what is the minimum elements I need? We call minimum value products I need to create that components. In one of the cases, we work with a massive factory, and it's industrial. It's actually world lead factory in the region. And the request was, can I digitize my factory processes? I have thousands of people. I have hundreds of processes. I have millions of material I need to cater for every month. Can we do that digital manufacturing for it? Can we shift this to there, and what kind of investment we need? The first thing we did, we visited the places. We understand how they do these manufacturing processes. And then we look into very slow, steady steps on what area we can have as a quick win inside. Do I need to fix the people? I give them more ideas about what they should do. Or do I need to add more technological components in a basic form that give me a big reward in the factory? And an example of that, if you look into the processes by logistics, if I add more trucks or more digitized processes to understand the material, the inventory, will that make my factory faster? In most cases, when you run a factory, the amount of energy that you consume, whether you produce a single product or you produce 10 products from the same production line, you're going to consume similar energy requirement. So this is where the efficiency comes, and this is where the example of 3D printing is becoming as important. And when we adapt all the other areas in a bigger scale, you will find you shouldn't think very big into the rollout. You should start with a basic and then have a rollout vision where you want to go ahead so you can steadily grow the other elements to achieve that robust and harmony across the manufacturing capability and requirement.
Simply put, where we can actually leverage and look at the quick wins. I think Saleh being an expert on this panel as well, and I'm sure there'll be more engaging off stage. Before I give a chance to the Honorable Minister, Madam Leokadi, it's something I don't quite do in panels, but because she'll wrap up the panel for us, is there any one member of the panel who would like to pose a question to the other panelists? I think I'm just throwing it out there. It could be a comment as well. Any? Fair enough. So, Madame Leokadi, I think there was that question posed to you. I will now give you the absolute pleasure to respond to that, and of course, give your closing remarks.
Merci encore une fois pour me passer la parole. Je voudrais revenir sur la question relative au coût élevé de l'Internet. Comme je l'ai dit, au Burundi, nous avons un projet. Ce projet a été financé à la hauteur de 92 millions de dollars américains. Ce projet va nous permettre de mettre en place les fondations numériques. Et à travers ces composantes, la première composante concerne l'accès à haut débit et la connectivité rurale. Donc, c'est à travers cette composante où nous allons mettre les bases pour les fondations numériques. Et aussi, nous sommes en train de nouer des relations avec des sociétés pour que nous puissions avoir des capacités moins chères, à des coûts moins élevés, pour que la population puisse s'en procurer. Alors, à travers ce projet, nous avons beaucoup d'activités qu'on va faire, qui va permettre à ce que nous allons avoir accès à l'Internet, au débit. Et aussi, ce que je peux dire, c'est que nous allons travailler en étroite collaboration avec les opérateurs. Nous avons des opérateurs au Burundi, 3 opérateurs. Et nous avons aussi des fournisseurs d'accès à l'Internet. Mais comme vous le dites, l'accès à l'Internet est encore élevé par rapport à la population. Mais avec ce projet, avec ce grand projet dont je vous ai parlé, donc notre objectif est que nous puissions arriver à avoir accès à l'Internet au débit, que toute la population sera connectée et aussi aura comme outil les téléphones portables pour pouvoir utiliser les TIC. Une autre chose à laquelle je voudrais revenir, ce sont les partenariats. Nous sommes en train de nouer des partenariats avec les partenaires au développement dans notre pays. La plupart d'entre eux acceptent de travailler avec notre ministère en ce qui concerne le développement des TIC, la digitalisation, ainsi de suite, parce que nous avons un plan national de digitalisation des services publics. Nous voulons que nous utilisons les services publics qui sont digitalisés et nous y arriverons. Nous appelons aussi, nous accueillons souvent les investisseurs de l'étranger qui viennent au ministère et nous travaillons avec eux pour pouvoir nouer des partenariats PPP, public-privé, partenariat public-privé, pour pouvoir développer le secteur et pour pouvoir aussi arriver à une croissance économique durable. La dernière chose que je voudrais revenir, c'est le chômage. Comment nous faisons pour pouvoir lutter contre le chômage des jeunes et créer des emplois des jeunes? Je voudrais dire que notre jeunesse ils travaillent beaucoup sur les TIC. Ils ont développé beaucoup des applications et ces applications sont utilisées dans certains services, même si ces applications ne sont pas encore à l'étape d'être interopérables. Mais nous voulons que ça soit un jour donc connecté ensemble pour que toutes les applications soient utilisées donc d'une façon, non pas d'une façon isolée, mais donc opérable pour tous les services. Alors, Son Excellence, notre président de la République, a mis sur pied l'entrepreneuriat pour les jeunes et il les soutient beaucoup. Il a mis en place un fonds à travers le programme d'autonomisation des jeunes et de la création d'emplois pour les jeunes, et ce fonds les aide aussi. On a mis en place aussi pour la jeunesse la banque pour aider la jeunesse pour pouvoir avoir les fonds avec des garanties qui ne sont pas très élevées, avec beaucoup de facilités pour pouvoir avoir les fonds pour pouvoir les aider à implémenter leurs projets à travers les entrepreneuriats et les associations. Ils travaillent dans les associations. Donc, nous sommes convaincus que la jeunesse burundaise pourra aussi avoir cette volonté de contribuer à la croissance économique et au développement du secteur en général. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Madame Liokade, as well, Minister of ICT and Media from the Republic of Burundi. We want to thank you so much for your submissions as well. This wraps up our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our panelists for that session. I was a bit worried. I know when Madam Dorothy mentioned that you're talking about manufacturing on an ICT panel, you now see the close relationship that has as well, how that impacts on the sustainability agenda, and how, of course, you as experts can come together, calling for more collaboration. How do you ensure we don't leave anyone behind? The conversation in Burundi, Lesotho, Uganda. There's a bit as well, you mentioned about an AI conference. Our next speaker actually will be talking about AI and how we can infuse that as well, the technologies in our presence as well. So, by name, Madam Liokade Ndagasiaba, Minister of ICT from the Republic of Burundi, Madam Dorothy Okello, the Chairperson, Uganda Communications Commission, representing the Minister of ICT from Uganda, Mr. Saleh Al-Nemar, who's from HP, looking after Middle East and Africa, based in Saudi. Thank you so much for creating time. Mr. Rohan Patil, Regional Director at VATIV, and last but not least, Mr. Kanono Ramashole, who's the Principal Secretary, ICT in the Republic of Lesotho. Asante sana. Thank you very much. A round of applause again. My name is Laban Cliff. I have been your moderator for this session. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much to all of you for being here as well, and for those of us who've engaged with us via the conference app. I really want to say thank you. I'll now want to close this panel with a group photo of the panelists on stage. thank you for providing the leadership and being with us here today. Annette Mtuku, thank you. Appreciate it. Great work behind the scenes. Appreciate it. Come right up. And of course, this will be an absolute pleasure to have Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, board. And all right. Are we good? All right, so led by Mr. Sylvanus Maritim, I'm asking the board to please just come right to the middle and take a photo with the cabinet secretaries and right here. Thank you. So okay, I'll hold. All right, as we wait, can you maybe take a group photo for that matter? Let me just have the panelists to come right to the front, and then yes. Thank you. One final round of applause as we dismiss the panel, and thank you so much to the board members as well for the great leadership at ICTA, of course led by the able chairman as well, Mr. Maritim. We are really grateful for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we invite the next panel on stage, allow me now to recognize and welcome our next presenter, who is Mr. Amit Gadia, who's going to just talk about and give a context, a presentation on AI regulation. I think there's been a whole lot of conversation around AI and how we can infuse that in our businesses and various practices as well, and how that will look like. Honored and glad to have representing the ICTLC law firm that's in Kenya, Amit Gadia, to give a presentation on AI regulation. Honored and glad that you could join us here today, sir. Most welcome. A round of applause, please, to Amit ahead of his presentation. Karibu, sir.
Morning, is it afternoon? Depend which jurisdiction we are talking in. My name is Amit Gadia. I'm pleased to be invited here to give some insights into AI, specifically AI governance, and we will talk about AI in manufacturing. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit about myself. I've been sufficiently introduced by some of the speakers here. I was even yesterday in some of the breakout sessions. So I don't want to introduce myself. I've been given 10 minutes, and I'll try and do justice to AI governance within 10 minutes. Thank you. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Now, let's talk about some of the use cases of AI in manufacturing. In manufacturing, you are going to have, just like most sectors, industries, AI is going to play a very, very big part. So first of all, as earlier speakers said, that it is likely to either take jobs from humans or is likely to replace humans. In my opinion, it is going to be more of a job repurposing. So the first one is going to be what you call cobots. It is likely to do extra work, extra set of hands with humans. Then there is robotic process automation, which also some of the previous esteemed speakers spoke about, to tackle repetitive tasks, predict maintenance, improve safety, machine learning, algorithms, inventory management to prevent bottlenecks, and AI systems. These are just some of the very many AI use cases you will soon start seeing in the manufacturing sectors. Next slide. So what is the definition of AI? What is AI? We all talk about AI, but what is AI? AI is a very broad term which is used to describe an engineering system that uses various computational techniques to perform an automated task. This may include various techniques such as machine learning, where machines learn from experience, adjusting to new input data. It is a field of computer science dedicated to stimulating intelligent behavior. And the definition of AI system, this is specifically taken from the OECD's definition, which has also been adopted by the EU AI Act. It is an AI system which is machine-based, that is, for explicit or implicit objectives infers from the input it receives how to generate outputs such as predictions, contents, recommendations, or decisions that can influence physical or virtual environments, not only physical environments, and different AI systems vary in the different levels of autonomy and adaptiveness. Next slide, please. So first of all, when we are talking about AI, it's very good to talk about AI just like motor vehicles when they were first introduced in the 1940s and 50s. However, we got to have brakes on those vehicles. We got to have clutches. We got to make sure there are roads, right? When the vehicles were introduced, when we had horse carriages, there was no traffic lights. So same with AI, you do need to have laws and regulations in place to make sure there are brakes, so that not to slow it down, but to make sure it's in track according to the regulations. What, therefore, is the starting point of any AI governance? The first important part is trust. Trust should be the forefront of any development of any AI system. What that means is that in the manufacturing sector, you need support from the C-suite, which means its support starts from the beginning with yourselves, those who are industry leaders in this field. The next step is identify which process you are going to automate. Is it going to be the assembly line? Is it going to be the quality control? What is objective? Incorporate that in your mission, vision, and value statement in AI development. Most importantly, build on the foundation you have. When I talk about AI governance, when I talk about data protection, everybody seems to think it's rocket science. No, you will find systems within your own legal compliance departments which you can start incorporating in your systems. Next slide, please. The next step is how do you identify the problem? You need to take a risk-based approach. You don't need to, not all systems are not the same, so you need to have different risks in place. We'll talk about risks shortly, and you take a measured approach. Most importantly, look for experts internally and externally, and we are going to talk about stakeholders. And because AI is a very, very new field, governance also has to remain fluid. In the sense that you need to be flexible about how to exactly govern this and go from there. Next slide, please. So first step is how do you start AI governance? Where do you start from? There are several frameworks out there, playbooks for AI governance. My favorite one is the OECD or AI principles, and the NIST, which is from the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US. It gives you a very good AI risk management framework. from the basics. What are the objectives? What are the risks you are identifying? From there, they've also got the Google's AI principles and Microsoft's responsible AI standards. You can all find these online. They're there for free. They're there. You can download them. And there are many others. These are just a few I'm talking at the moment. Next slide. The most important part, training data, testing data, has bias. We need to take away bias from this data. So the most important part involved the stakeholders from the word go. So, and then you need to work with the same stakeholders, have additional stakeholders, pressure test your ideas before you start deploying the AI systems once it's built. Have a diversity from cross-functional and individual perspectives. Don't look at only the compliance part. Don't look at the legal part. You might be surprised that each department, even they might be at the very basic level within your organization, they will have an idea of how to remove biases from their training data. Resources get some to departments, and they always add value. Next slide. So what I'm going to be talking about, we will be very quickly running through the EU AI Act, which is the world's first legislative framework, and it is like, it may be replicated just like the General Data Protection Regulation across the globe as to be the global standard, but it remains to be seen. So first of all, the EU AI Act is the first legislative framework at approach to regulating artificial intelligence. It takes a risk-based approach. So whenever you're looking at AI governance, the extraterritorial effect of the EU AI Act is you need to see that are you building what you call a prohibited AI system. So if you are going to be building something which is going to recognize me on the street and say this guy is likely to commit a crime, that is a prohibited AI system. Then you have the high-risk AI systems, limited risk AI systems, and minimal risk systems. And these are actually, the EU AI Act primarily applies to the high-risk AI systems. So in your manufacturing systems, when you are looking to build an AI system, you need to make sure you see, are you going to be in any of those categories? Next slide. So these are the key compliance requirements. So in your whenever you're building, first of all, you need to have a risk management and quality management system. Do you have a data governance in place? I'm primarily a data protection lawyer. I always talk about data governance. Data governance and AI governance are very much intertwined. So you need to have your policies and transparency information to deployers, your technical documentation, accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity, and most importantly, it has to have a human oversight requirement. Then there has to be a feedback loop. So once you've built the AI, there has to be a continuous feedback loop which says whether it's working or not, whether there's any form of data drift, and so forth. Next slide. I don't like to talk about penalties, but then it is important the way the world is moving with AI. So if you are going to be using any form of a prohibited AI, the violation is 7% of global annual turnover or 35 million euros, whichever is higher. So you can imagine under the GDPR, the violations is far less, the penalties are less than this. So you can imagine how strict it's going to be. And then these are the other violations and the penalties. Next slide, please. So coming back home, in Kenya, 3 days back, 4 days back, on 19th of April, I believe, the Kenya Bureau of Standards published a draft AI Code of Practice, is DKS 3007 2024. It is open till mid-June for public consultation. The draft contains strong hints of requirements for AI, so you can already see that Kenya, at least among a lot of the other African jurisdictions, is already looking at how to incorporate AI and govern AI. And there are a lot of similarities which it already has in the draft. So for example, risk management, control, robust testing and validation, continuous monitoring, explainability, it includes provenance and model-specific documentation, transparency requirements, ethical frameworks, including human oversight, conformance with the code of commitment by implementers, so conformity assessments. So you can see that there will be a lot of collaboration between laws, not only globally, but also within Africa itself. Next slide, please. And I think that brings me to an end. I hope I've done justice to the presentation, and thank you very much. I've been told there will be many burning questions, and happy to answer, if any.
Just checking if there are any burning questions. I know AI it's definitely a buzzword as well, and we touched on it on our panel, but Amit has given a deep dive. If there is any engagement, I'll throw it over to the floor now. Fair enough. Council, maybe you want to share your context and, of course, your law firm details as well for the good panel.
Sure. My name is Amit Gadia. I have a website, and the law firm's name is ictlc.com. My number, if you may wish to write, is 0799 402 888. That's the office number. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Final round of applause, please, to Ahmed, giving the legal perspective on AI regulation as well. It's basically a teaser. What I'm just saying is that you can also engage with him as well on the Hoover app. I am grateful that you're all set and ready for the next panel. But before we do that, I'd like to appreciate and recognize first the board of the ICT Authority, and of course we also have representation from the board chair of the Communication Authority. I would not wish to get into the protocol of it, but of course give it straight to Mr. Stanley Kamangunya to come up, give a CEO welcome, recognize the various dignitaries present, and after which I'll come back on stage and invite the next moderator for plenary 7.
Excellencies present, excellent ministers, ambassadors, our board chair and board directors, chairperson of the Communication Authority, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. I know I've been asked to come and recognize the dignitaries present, but I want also to take this opportunity to give a few remarks even as we go to the next panel discussion. First, I want to welcome all of us to the third day of the summit and sincerely appreciate all of you for your contributions in the various engagements, even as we continue to map our journey towards a digitally integrated Africa. The next session of our panel discussion will be around collaborations and public-private partnerships. And I thought even as we go into that session, it is important for us to reflect on the issues that we have discussed over the last 2 days. I think we have had very intense discussions around digital connectivity, around cybersecurity, the interesting issue on AI, and smart governments. And therefore, we now need to think about what strategies do we adopt so that the initiatives that we discuss here can be actioned. I want to propose, even as we wait to hear from the panel, a number of areas where probably we can think about recalibrating how we work together to deliver the digitization agenda. Number one is, what is it that governments can do within themselves for us to deliver better? I think that there's a lot of synergies that can be drawn from various government agencies and departments working together to understand the overall plan towards digitization. I'll give you an example. When you look at the infrastructure and energy sector, we have continued to invest very heavily in that sector, laying a lot of infrastructure on roads, water, and electricity. And then once we have done those infrastructures, most of the times you find that we then come back to lay the fiber optic cables. So we end up spending more money to lay the cable infrastructure when probably 70% of the works would have already been done by the person doing road or doing the water connectivity. So I think we have a lot of synergies within governments that we can draw in terms of coordinating the route towards increasing connectivity. We also have an opportunity to synergize how then we allocate resources so that we can allocate resources in such a way that we get the maximum benefits and take an integrated approach towards infrastructure development. Because the same way we are developing road highways is the same way we are talking about a digital superhighway. So we need to take a very integrated approach. The other area within government, and I think Kenya has already made significant strides in this area, is on the area of sharing infrastructure that can be used to drive connectivity. For us in Kenya, we have already mapped out every agency that has a strand of fiber within their network, and we have come up with mechanisms of how to co-share this infrastructure and ride on the existing infrastructure to increase redundancies. We've also agreed to utilize our electricity grid infrastructure, which is over 300,000 kilometers, to accelerate the rollout of connectivity. And some of these things we believe even other countries can be able to adopt these kind of strategies. The other area of collaboration that I would want to touch on is cross-border or government-to-government collaboration. In order for us, first of all, to reduce the cost of connectivity in some of our countries, and especially the landlocked countries, we need to increase the cross-border connectivity points or intersection points for connectivity, and we have to be very deliberate in it. So we are happy that we have ministers in the room, and this really shows a lot of political goodwill. We hope that going forward we can be able to identify where we can increase our cross-border connectivity points. For us, we have about 8 cross-border points with our neighbors, which we are looking forward to increase to about 18 in the next 3 years through our Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Program funded by the World Bank. And again, we'll be getting in touch and in collaboration with our peers. The governments also, we need to look at establishing common cross-border tariffs so that it becomes easy for neighboring countries to pick traffic from one country into the other. Then we also need to critically consider the collaborations and partnerships between government and the private sector in a number of ways. I think traditionally the relationship has been that of client and contractor. We have seen, because of the pressure most of the countries are facing in terms of the fiscal space, it is important now to start looking at other models of engaging with the private sector. And therefore, we want to challenge the discussions to then look at what are some of the most innovative ways we can do to not only finance projects, but most critically, co-design and co-implement. And I think yesterday in one of our sessions with the team from Europe, we were discussing how, you know, the private sector can be involved in creation of sustainable government solutions in a GovTech sort of setting. We also need, of course, to really think about sustainability of the government investments that we make. I think over the years we have seen, even when we have capital funding for projects, after the funding is over, then we are not able to maintain this project. And therefore, we need to challenge the private sector to also help us co-create revenue generation models for our projects for sustainability. Lastly is the collaboration between government and our development partners. Honorable Ministers, you may recall when we engaged in the ministerial letter with His Excellency, he actually touched on this critical area in terms of how, as a bloc, we can be able to negotiate for better terms of lending from our development partners. And I think we can only do this if we have a common policy around engagements with the development partners. We also can do a lot much better in terms of collaborating with the development partners to be able to gain from technical assistance that they provide during the project implementations. I believe these are some of the areas that will be discussed by the eminent panel that is going to be coming after me. And I hope that from these discussions, we can be able to get some solid actionable points that can lead to better collaborations between, within government, between governments, and also between us, the private sector, and development partners. I thank you very much.
And rightfully so, he has set the context, and I'll invite him to take the first seat. Great. With the permission of the good CEO, Mr. Stanley, a round of applause, please, to the ICTA team as well. Okay, a much better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. on your app, you can just see we are now live on Plenary 7, and it's now my absolute pleasure to invite the moderator who will be taking it up from here. Honored and glad to introduce and welcome Mr. Dibal Lainea, who's a communications consultant with a broad range of substantial experience in digital, print, and electronic media. He's a director at Sapphire Communications, a broadcast journalist at the Standard Group, and a graduate of Procurement and Supplies Management, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supplies. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Dibal Lainea, who will now invite the next panel. Dibal, karibu.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Indeed, thank you very much for your continued support and being amazingly patient to participate in this conference. Indeed, a lot of contributions, sentiments have been shared. And this is where we come to Plenary 7, where it's all about public-private sector collaboration towards digital economic acceleration. It is H.E. Lecoq who once said that no one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play a symphony. And this is where we have the public and private sector collaboration coming very handy. This particular session, just to give you a bit of a background before we proceed, it's looking at public-private sector collaboration towards digital economic acceleration, which is a pivotal theme in this conference, addressing the imperative of fostering partnerships between governmental entities and private enterprises to accelerate Africa's digital transformation. And in this discussion, we seek to explore the vast opportunities that arise from collaborative efforts in achieving national connectivity. Those are national connectivity goals. Also, it delves into the initiatives undertaken by both public and private sector to expand digital infrastructure and provide connectivity to underserved communities across the continent. By examining Africa's strategies for enhancing connectivity through public-private collaboration. And so the session aims to identify best practices, address challenges, and pave the way for inclusive economic growth driven by digital innovation. And also, just to give you a bit of a crunching of numbers here from the global perspective, also from the African perspective as well. I know it has been time and again said here that internet users here globally, we have 4.95 billion people globally who have internet access in 2023. The gap is here. A significant digital divide exists with disparities between developed and developing nations. Also, we have the African statistics as well. Internet penetration, only 36% of the Africa population has broadband internet access. That was in 2022, the world's lowest rate. We can also look at mobile growth. Despite the low overall internet penetration, mobile internet users in sub-Saharan Africa increased by 115% between 2016 and 2021. So before we even buckle down and have a panel discussion, I will want to just hear from Dr. Ibrahim Abduba, who is the Director of Strategy and Business Development Africa, Oracle Corporation, to just come and give us also his broad overview of the public-private sector collaboration, and then that will act as a segue now to our panel discussion. A good round of applause for him as he takes the podium.
So good morning. It's good to be here, but it's not easy going after the CEO of Vector, who has actually digested most of the issues that we had to tackle, but he has set a good context for us that we can build on. So I'm here just to look at it from an enabling environment that we, or us as private sector, or specifically us as Oracle, are playing a role and contributing in this partnership towards digital economic acceleration. And remember, the key word here is acceleration. Of course, for digital economy to be accelerated, there is need for connectivity. And we've all heard the statistics Dibal just shared in as far as how connected we are so far. But the key theme and question for us to ask ourselves is, what actually are we doing with the connections that we have? And how much of it are we utilizing to influence the digital economy, to perpetrate or orchestrate the desired objectives of the digital economy, right? So it is imperative that digital transformation powered by technology of the future takes shape. And more specifically, in markets like ours of Africa, we must be mindful of both its development and potential to shape the future of our continent. Now, what are the key things that one needs to look at when talking about digital economy acceleration? One of them is the digital infrastructure services. This is basically what aims to increase the speed of internet for individuals, industries, and governments to support the growth of digital economy. What about the digital government services? And for sure, government has come to the table, gotten out of the way, and ensured now they are looking and investing and significantly partnering with private sector to ensure that government services are digitized, are available, are accessible to any individual person or enterprise to further the economic agenda. And the other thing then would be, do we have the requisite digital skills and the market for these digital skills to ensure that we equip the young Africans with these skills to strengthen their ability to access and compete in the domestic market? We do agree, for sure, that digital connectivity is a valuable social asset. It gives people ability to seize opportunities, and it shapes new economies in accelerating progress towards, of course, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as increasing innovation and productivity across the economy. Yes, we have 36% of Africa that is already connected to broadband internet. The question is, 36% is small. Yes, we need to get to 100%. Yes, for sure. But what are we doing with this 36%? And we had statistics here yesterday and the day before that even where the coverage is there, only few people can actually have the capacity to access and make any gainful impact or use towards the digital economy. So in as far as connectivity is an issue that we keep growing and improving, and statistics have shown from World Bank that in the past 2-3 years, 115% increase in use of internet has been done. So is this use only geared towards utilization of our social media platforms, or are we looking at how we can economically leverage on these availability to trade with the rest of the world, to engage with everybody else to ensure that the access that we have gives us maximum output and profitability? Now, digital transformation in Africa is fast growing for sure. Over the past few years, across my experience of being in the industry maybe for about 22, 23 years, I have watched governments embrace technology. I have seen enterprises embrace technology. Gone are those days where technology is only restricted to the IT people, right? Or IT in itself is a small department with a small cubicle at the corner of the organization. Today, it is at the center of everything. Technology is it's no longer a choice, but rather a necessity for every organization. It is not only seen as an enabler, but as a key ingredient in economic transformation agenda of states, of countries, of continents, of enterprises. Having said that, with this maturing digital landscape, we see there still exists a digital and development divide. And the partnership between public sector and private sector or government is very, very important to ensure that this divide is significantly reduced. What we talk about divide, as we used to know, is the have and the have-nots, right? But today, for example, the organization I work for, Oracle, is able to deliver technology and technology solutions. The same, for example, cloud infrastructure that is used in US is the same cloud infrastructure that is available for use in any country across Africa. That means the divide may be there in perception, but in reality, it's more of an issue of adoption, is more of an issue of utilization of technology towards the digital economic acceleration agenda. Now, when we look at how do we open new economic frontiers, by doing that, what are we doing? We are opening doors for enterprises. There used to be a time when we say government get out of the way so that private sector can enable. But today, government has really not only gotten out of the way, but come to the table to say, how can we engage? How can we partner? What can we do to accelerate this further? So having said that, we have ability to give the best state-of-art technology across the globe. And of course, that technology is in various aspects. For example, we have the cloud infrastructure, we have cloud enterprise applications that are already infused with AI technologies. So Oracle, just as an introduction, is a global leader that is helping governments, communities, businesses to achieve its economic goal through transformation and innovation to deploy and make available latest technologies such as AI, blockchain, Internet of Things. To meet the growing demand of such technologies in Africa, and specifically in Kenya, to take advantage of the opportunities that the Kenyan government has enabled through its abundant submarine and national connectivity and plenty of renewable energy, Oracle recently announced to open a public cloud region or a public cloud data center locally available to serve not only the Kenyan market, but rather to serve East Africa, ECOWAS, as well as COMESA regions, right? But this is not our first investment. We've already done that in South Africa, and we continue putting on resources to ensure that enterprises and governments can leverage state-of-art technologies so that it gives us the benefits that we desire. Look at the benefits of technology, and I know this is a technology conference. All of you would know. If, for example, we all had to walk from our home to come here, like people used to do 100 years ago, it would have taken us a couple of days to get here and probably years for others who flew here. But what happened? Came technology in form of a bicycle, then a car, and then an aeroplane, right? And we were able to get here faster. So gone are those days when we have to rely on technology of the past. Gone are the days when we have to utilize technologies that are older and inefficient. We have the ability, the will, and the zeal to be able to provide technologies that are new, that are modern, and are available to you instantly and immediately. We have made sure our investment in making cloud deployments of various deployment models. For example, we have things called public cloud, where everybody can go in and be part of that. Gone are those days when people have to invest significant amount of capital to just get access to technology. Now, technology is available as a service. So we have software as a service, we have technology as a service, we have servers as a service. Right? With Oracle Cloud Infrastructure technology or Oracle Cloud applications, we are able to give these technologies right in your hand. But what does this technology do for you? It results in significant reduction in cost. It gives you the efficiency that you need, the productivity, and the agility to turn on data insights for decision making. But why is this important? Because it helps us achieve the objective of every government or every institution, which is to make ease of doing business faster, to increase the job creation, and help support socio-economic revolution that we so very much need in Africa. So for all of you who are leaders, who are here, who are going back, take this message home. We are in precipice of a socio-economic revolution that is enabled by technology. We can no longer say we are disadvantaged because the technology that is available in the rest of the world is also available to us, and we can take advantage of that. But what are key drivers that lead to adoption of this? Our citizenry have a very dynamic and changing expectation. They want to do everything from the comfort of their home. The generations Z and millennials no longer want to come to office. They all want to enjoy remote working. And they no longer want to use computer PCs, right? They want a laptop that they can go home with. They want an iPad. They actually want to do everything from comfort of their phones, right? So in this advent of mobility, what can private sector and public sector come together to do to put the right technology tools in the hands of the workforce to be able to leverage on their capacities. Remember, they are the most valuable resources that we have on the continent. Sustainability and innovation is a big thing, and I know a lot of justice has been done in as far as discussing this is concerned. But then, how do we track our sustainability agenda? How do we record? How do we capture? How do we monitor? Do we have the right tools? Do we have the right sort of applications that are enabling us to do that? And the answer is at Oracle, we have multiple of them. We are looking at rapid urbanization, where we are seeing 65% of residents in a country will be living in cities by the year 2050. How ready are we to be able to accommodate that when we still have to struggle with flooding, when we still have to struggle with housing? And I see government taking significant steps in ensuring that that is done. But when that happens, then we need to leverage technology. Oracle has ability to deploy technology for governments, has ability to deploy technology for enterprises. Now, when I try and differentiate these are just modes of delivery. But one very important thing I had is Africa Cloud that I had in this conference in the first day being discussed. Do we need to have cloud for every country, or do we need to have cloud for Africa where we remove these purported barriers between these countries that we have so that then we can leverage on the technology investments and assets For example, we are putting up a data center in Kenya. Can it be utilized across the rest of Africa without really the need for any country to say, I also want to have mine here? And of course, we guarantee the security that cloud requires. The advent of AI and machine learning may sound like new technology to you, but actually AI is an old technology. What we are talking about now is generative AI, and how can businesses consume generative AI in their organizations to make their work easier and faster. And I think that is where the value is. How can we create efficiencies within organizations such that the mundane, repetitive tasks could all be automated? And these are some of the use cases that AI is significantly helping in ensuring that we don't have an accountant who comes in the office just to punch in a transaction the whole day, right? Rather, to use the skills that they train for to make decisions. And decisions should not be made using gut, right? We have to go past that and be able to use data-driven decisions. And how do we utilize data? We use digital data. After gathering, assimilating it, we analyze and be able to generate business insights. We should not be surprised by anything, because the volumes of data that is being created every day, every month, is always getting bigger and better. But all that knowledge, are we just storing it for the sake of storing, or are we analyzing it to derive patterns and insights that are required? And Oracle is significantly building partnerships, right? We are investing in our people across the continent. We are investing in training the African young people. We offer various courses through our Oracle University. We invest, for example, in Kenya through ICTA partnership, where we train graduates in technology for a period of time as they transition to join governments, right? So there are multiple avenues, like Oracle Academy, that is focused in empowering skills. Remember, we used to import skills. If you hear IT, you think of India. But now we have sufficient volume of skills locally available, and we will continue imparting those skills in the countries that we work. We are present in all African countries. We are willing, able, and ready to continue investing. In as far as comparison between public and private sector is concerned in adoption of technology, we've seen significant amount of progress in private sector in deploying, for example, cloud technology or adopting cloud infrastructure. But the government is still lagging behind in this space. What can government do to be able to get to that place? What are those things that government are seeing that, or preventing them from utilizing the opportunities that cloud technology is offering? We are happy to continue engaging and working with governments to offer them the necessary support, to offer them the necessary guidance, to ensure that we all transition to cloud. A lot of governments in Africa are using our application tools and our technologies, and we value that partnership. We will continue transitioning you and supporting you to the next level, which is adopting cloud technologies. And significant investments are going in this direction to ensure not only enterprises or governments are benefiting from this technology, but rather the citizens of this continent. The future is here, and the future is us. And Oracle is in the business of delivering tomorrow, today. So thank you so much as we continue deliberating, and I really look forward to sufficient engagement in this space. Of course, if you want to talk to us, we have a booth near the speaker, so you can always come there and engage us on one-to-one so that we can actually highlight what we do and how we do. So thank you very much, and let's continue discussing.
A good round of applause for him, please. And of course, his sentiments sets the segue and the floor for our panel discussion. and some of the issues that he's raised as well, we'll be able to delve deeper with our able panelists, of whom right now I want to introduce them to come and be with me on the podium. They'll help me drive the discussion. Public and private sector collaboration towards digital economic acceleration. Allow me, first of all, to introduce Honorable Emma Theophilus. She's the Minister for Information and Communication Technology from Namibia. If you're in the house, Emma, we'll be happy also to have you on the podium. Also, we have with us Isabel Neto, Digital Development Practice Manager for Eastern and Southern Africa. That is from the World Bank. A round of applause for her. She comes to the podium, please. Allow me to introduce as well Simplice Bienvenu Ngami, Excellency, of course, First Secretary, Congo Brazzaville Embassy. If you're here also, you can join us on the podium. Simplice. We have with us as well Zachary Ismail, E-Government Specialist, Ministry of Communication and Technology. That is from Somalia. A round of applause for him as he comes to the podium, please. Give a hearty one as well. Thank you. I also want to extend a hearty welcome to Abdul El Yousefi, who is the Regional Chief Executive Officer, Liquid Telecom. A round of applause for him as he comes to the podium. Also, Mulungisi Mudimunye is the Chief Director, ICT Policy Development, South Africa. If you're here, we'll be happy also to have you on the plenary. And Thomas Boile, who's the Director, Program and Standard ICT Authority. All right, thank you very much. I think now we'll proceed to the discussion. Remember also, you can use the WOVA app if you have any questions that or contributions you want to make as well from the plenary. You can actually use that particular app to just fire your questions or share your contribution as well. I'll take the seat to just begin the discussion.
A hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for electing and graciously consenting to be part of this discussion. We really do appreciate. I just want to begin with Zachary Ismail from Somalia. If you could just briefly paint for us, the feel and flavor and the color of digital connectivity in Somalia up to now. How is it? What is the current state of play?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to thank the government of Kenya and the ICT Authority for hosting us this important summit. And I would like to thank them for the Africa Connect Summit and successfully of this summit. Back to your questions. In Somalia, we have a very strong private sector when it comes to the telecom and mobile network operators. And the situation currently when it comes to the connectivity in Somalia, we have more than 4 land stations, international submarine cables, fiber optic cables that landed in Somalia. The first cable who came to the 2014, like the 10 years before, which was the Eastern African Submarine Cable, Easy Cable, which is a very famous here in Kenya, and everybody knows that. And also, there is another cable which is a Gulf to Africa, landed in another 2 major cities, which is the Bosaso and Berbera, which is also actively and connected to this carrier. There is another cable which is a DARE cable that is the connecting to the cities to Djibouti and eventually to Mombasa, Kenya here in Kenya. And there is a more cable is willing to come in the end of the 2025, which will further booster to the connectivity landscape in Somalia. Somalia can benefit the landlocked countries, which is the neighbors such as Ethiopia and South Sudan. I cannot say we are fully connected, as you can see in the percentages that you have given us. The connectivity is a problem for the continent, which is, I think we all have to know that. In terms when it comes to the rural area. But I think there is, the ministry have launched a project that is funded by the World Bank, which is the IRDI project, Eastern African Regional Digital Integration Project, which is mainly focused on the improvement of the connectivity. To connect more than 4,600 kilometers from the east to the west to all the rural areas to be connected. In concluding to this, I think I can take the remarks of yesterday's panel discussion about the Smart Africa panel. I think one gentleman from that area said that Africa does not have a connectivity problem, but it has affordability problem. So we have telecom operators here on the panels, but still we have affordability problem when it comes to the rural areas. Going to taking to the internet and the connectivity or digital landscape to the rural areas is very difficult. And it is just a problem that is we share our neighbors and every other in the country. So that is, I think that is how much the connectivity in Somalia now is improving and how it is look like the next for 2025 will be more cables and more land stations cables in Somalia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To you, Thomas Boley, maybe you could also just paint us the picture of how in Kenya digital roadmap is shaping up and what is the role of the private sector?
Thank you very much. Just as a follow-up to what my brother from Somalia has indicated, and I think the conversation that we've had throughout this week is around building a connected Africa. And in Kenya, we are having a thought around having a connected nation that therefore build towards having a connected continent and a connected globe. Currently, the government of Kenya is running a project we call Digital Superhighway Project, intending to connect each and every smallest unit of governance in this country, with a desire to connect 100,000 institutions with 100,000 kilometers of optic fiber. And the thinking around this is to be able to connect each and every institution, government institution, so that all public institutions, whether health, in education, in public institutions, all of them are connected to the national one government network, so that each and every one of the citizens that we have across the country have connectivity. But then in relation to this, we are looking at having a collaboration between private sector and public sector to be able to deliver this. So that if we are able to connect each and every institution, then what is the contribution of the private sector into this? And what is the contribution of the public sector into this? And I think this is a conversation that has come well through this particular summit, so that we ask ourselves as a continent to be able to build a connected continent, what do we need to do? And I think as we speak to this, in the past, we've been talking about government looking at the common good, while the private sector looking at investment in terms of return of investment. But then the conversation we've had through this week is we need to relook and to rethink around our vision towards people and towards purpose. And therefore we'll be able to converge at having a transformative agenda as a continent that looks at not just return of investment, but rather being able to reach people and have a purpose that is transforming in nature. The other aspect that government is doing is building 1,450 digital hubs that will provide avenue for our citizens to be able to get opportunities for digital skilling, as well as being able to use these digital hubs to be able to get connected. Lastly, but not least, is looking at how then, in these various engagements, do we come up together and ensure that we have a country and a continent that is connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Let me just rope in Isabel Neto from World Bank, because I know also there is a collaborative effort there with the Africa Union's digital transformation strategy for Africa, which was developed in support with the World Bank. I would want us just to, or you to just give us a broader understanding of what the Digital for Africa initiative is all about and where this collaborative effort is at right now. We're talking about, you playing, you're part of the orchestra, right? And I give you the floor right now.
Hello.
Long press, you can long press your mic there, if it's off.
Okay, I'll just use this one. Hello, everybody. Good morning, and nice to be here, and thanks for the invitation. So, yes, so as you've mentioned, the World Bank has been partnering with the African Union on the Digital Economy for Africa initiative. This is an initiative that has been launched in support of the Digital Transformation for Africa strategy from the African Union. And really the objective of that strategy is to ensure that every individual, every business, every government is connected and is digitally enabled by 2030. And this is quite an ambitious agenda, right? And I think that we've heard from various speakers here today and during this week of why that is important, but also how we're not going fast enough, right? And that we really need to accelerate. And so, I mean, I'm not going to maybe spend too much time saying why this is important, because I think I would be probably speaking to the converted. I mean, it's important for education. It's important because we see that government services can be delivered faster if we have the digital infrastructure in place. I mean, for example, we know that during COVID, the countries that had digital ID and digital payments were actually able to reach 3 times more people with their cash transfer programs. So just overall, it's very important for people to lead their lives, to get access to government services, but then more importantly, to have jobs, right? And I think that with the huge job needs that we have in the continent, this could not be more important. But so where are we? Well, we know that we've made a lot of progress. Access to digital has accelerated over the last few years, notably since that digital transformation strategy from the African Union was approved. But we also know that we're not going fast enough, and that we really need to accelerate. I mean, as several speakers have mentioned today, again, it's about coverage, but it's also about usage, and people are not using enough. We have around 55% of the people that are within coverage that are not using the service because of affordability, because of lack of content, because of lack of skills. So really, what we have been doing at the World Bank is to give it a hard think at what do we need to do differently so that we can really kind of change that trajectory and assist countries in taking off. And there's various elements, I believe, to that strategy. On one hand, whatever we do, it really needs to be about both supply and demand. Just building networks is not enough. So we've been developing a strategy together with the various countries that is really looking at, yes, how can we improve access to broadband and to data infrastructure, but also how can we develop the platforms, the digital ID, the interoperability, the digital payments that are kind of the core of everything else that needs to be developed. And then also how we can support countries to really start developing the digital services that can help us bring people online, especially the low-income population, and get them to access services. So maybe just briefly, I also want to say what are some of the things that we're doing internally at the World Bank to help move towards that. We have a new president. We have a new president that is very serious about digital. He's creating a whole new vice presidents for digital, just kind of to speak to how important he thinks this is. But more than that, the sense is also that we need to focus. Institutions like the World Bank need to focus. Governments need to focus on what may matter most. And so one of the things that is happening at the World Bank is also, first of all, to select the indicators that we really want to track to make sure we can show that there's progress. Sometimes we're trying to do too much and then we just get lost on whatever we want to get delivered. And so there's a new focus on selecting a few scorecard indicators that can help us demonstrate we're actually moving. The World Bank used to have something like more than 100 indicators. We've now come down to 22. And of those 22, I just want to say that 2 of them are on digital. One on the number of people that is using the internet, and the second one, the number of people that are using digital-enabled services. And we're also selecting overall, as an institution, 6 programs that we would want to prioritize, and accelerating digitization is one of them. And specifically for this region, what this means is that the World Bank will be launching, together with several partners, a program, Inclusive Digitization for Southern and Eastern Africa. And that program, again, has a focus on results. So we want to bring online 200 million people, new users to the internet. We want to provide 150 million people with a digital ID. And finally, increase the number of users of internet services, of digital-enabled services by $100 million. This program would have around 15 countries joining, and we would want to, the envelope of this program would be around $3 billion. But what's most important there is that it's $3 billion from World Bank resources, but we want to use this program to leverage $3 billion of additional resources from partners and from the private sector. And this is maybe kind of the last point that I wanted to make here. It's also the theme of our panel, right? It's about partnership. We don't think that governments alone can do it. We don't think that the World Bank alone can do it. Actually, when we look at how to reach the African Union's goal of getting everybody connected, the estimates are that for Africa, we would need $86 billion. There's no way that the World Bank or governments can fund this. And so I think really the key here is partnerships. Of those $86 billion, we think that 80% of that is going to come from the private sector. So it's really about us putting our heads together as to how we can partner and achieve results together. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Even as we get the support, we need to address some of the challenges as well and impediments that are before us as we try to shake into place digital connectivity in Africa. And this is where Abdel Youssefi will want you just to paint the picture for us as well, that we're given a number of countries do not have internet exchange points, and thus their internet traffic uses international roads, even when carrying local exchanges. First of all, I want to know, how does this pose a challenge for fiber optic central backbone connectivity? And then secondly, even as we're talking about support, what do you think you will require as a private sector from the public sector in fostering, first of all, transparent, predictable, pro-investment and pro-innovation regulatory framework? You can begin with the first one.
Thank you.
I'll try to give the perspective from Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We are present in 12 countries across the continent, obviously here in Kenya, but across East Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. We have deployed over 110,000 kilometers of fiber that we operate ourselves, deployed several data centers, and we also provide several digital services to our businesses, business customers and consumer customers. And from that perspective, we see obviously connectivity at the backbone of the acceleration of the economies in Africa. Our continent can really reach its potential and leapfrog the challenges that it faces through technology, as the previous panelists have mentioned. Here, digital infrastructure is obviously critical for all these services to be availed, be it sending money electronically to citizens when in need, or being developing or digitizing government services. All of that is really accessed through physical infrastructure. And this physical infrastructure can only function optimally if we can have the right exchanges between it, just like our beautiful expressway road here in Nairobi, or these bypasses that we have across the city. And this is where the internet exchange points come in, to your question, where these internet exchange points actually makes it easier for internet service providers to exchange traffic without that traffic going outside of the city or outside of the country. And this obviously reduces significantly the cost for these internet service providers to provide their services, because they don't have to pay for this traffic to go out and come back again. It also makes it much faster and improves customer experience and makes it easier and more value for money for citizens to consume the services. So these internet exchange programs are critical. The largest internet exchange program in Kenya is called KIXP, for Kenya Internet Exchange Program. It's hosted in our data center, in Liquid's Africa data center here in Nairobi. Actually setting up these internet exchanges is not a significant investment. Generally, ISPs, along with potentially government agencies, but that's not a requirement, form a non-profit to create these IXPs and host them in a data center environment. So this is really something that we believe as Liquid is critical for the development of connectivity and digital infrastructure, and we call on all our brothers and sisters across the continent to look at it and emulate the example of those that have set up these IXPs. Now, in terms of your second question around what's required to drive more digital connectivity across the continent, and how can public and private actors improve their collaboration. I think the theme of this conference at its heart is a connected Africa. And this conference is driven by the government of Kenya, the ICT Authority, and the Ministry of Information and Technology in Kenya. Across the continent, we really see that the only way for us to connect our billion-plus brothers and sisters across the continent is for the public sector and the private sector to collaborate together. As mentioned by my fellow panelists, we're talking billions of dollars, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, and obviously no single actor can harness those resources on their own. We know what needs to be done. We know how to do it. We just need to make sure that we prioritize all the projects that need to be done. I think fundamentally we need to make sure that we have reliable and affordable connectivity. And for that to happen, of course, the regulatory and policy framework needs to be conducive for companies to invest so that we can get a return on investment. But also we need to make sure that the competitive landscape and the rule of law is there to actually protect these investments as we deploy this infrastructure. As you mentioned, Africa does not have a connectivity problem. It has an affordability problem. But that affordability problem stems from the high cost of doing business. I think really the role of government is to make sure that there is a conducive environment to do business, that the cost to do business is lowered as much as possible, be it through direct costs or indirect costs. Because if that's the case, companies are rational actors. They will go where they get the highest return. So it's really, the framework is a win-win for the long term, and we're really optimistic as a group from what we see through this conference and through other forums, and what the governments are doing and the development actors are doing, that the acceleration of connectivity in Africa will continue. Today we have about half of the continent connected in terms of its citizens. This is scheduled to reach about 2/3 in the next 5 years. But the last third or the last 10% is always the most difficult, and this is where we need to do better so that we can connect everyone.
Thank you, Adil. And of course, inherent with not having internet exchange points is the risk of infringement of digital sovereignty as well. And this is where I wanted just to ask Zakaria on how can government and private enterprises work together to mitigate some of these risks and ensure the sustainability of digital infrastructure projects in Africa.
Thank you very much. Again, one of the best ways to mitigate risks are too much in digital transformation. There is a cybersecurity risks, there is a data risks, there is a number of risks that can be mitigated. One of the things that the government should use to mitigate the risks is to establish the technology standards. As our colleague now have mentioned it, number of enterprise or private sector companies in the telecom or ISPs not yet understand the importance of the internet exchange points, to keep their data locally, to host their data locally, to use little bit of data of their internet. Still, they are using international traffic so that they cannot mitigate. The things that government is also can reduce the risks or mitigate the risks with the private is the topic that we are discussing now, which is the public-private partnership. Government should engage, the stakeholder engagement is to the private sector, to see the project's development, is to see the risks that can be faced by the project, especially the infrastructures. Also, the government also can establish a clear and transparent regulatory frameworks. That is what governments can do when it comes to the private sectors. More importantly, to the giving licenses to the telecom or the sector, the private sector, the spectrum allocations, all these, it has to be transparency when it comes to the regulatory frameworks. And that also governments can do right oversight mechanism to the telecom sectors. And this will ensure the consumer protection policy implementation when it comes to seeing the private sector and the consumer protection. That is one of the governments can do. Also, the government and the private sector should develop a comprehensive risk management framework for themselves. Because of some projects need is to see the long-term vision, that is, and the establishment of contingency plan. That is what I think one of the best practices that the government and the private or enterprise private sectors can mitigate risks that facing the big projects, the infrastructure projects. Over to you. I think that is...
Thank you. Thomas, I wanted just to delve deeper on how collaborative efforts between governmental entities and private enterprises can be leveraged to accelerate national connectivity goals.
Thank you very much. I think as...
And while you are at it, so sorry for butting in, you can also chime in on the challenges as well that are inherent there.
Thank you very much. I think looking at the various strategies, whether it's AU Agenda 2063, AU Digital Transformation for 2030, and even our own national digital master plan 2030, it's clear that government alone cannot deliver this. I mentioned earlier around 100,000 kilometers of optic fiber rollout to be able to, reduce the digital divide that exists. But then to be able to deliver this, it means both private and public sector have to come together to be able to accomplish this rollout. And looking to the very last part, asking ourselves how then can we partner as public and private sector to deliver this kind of rollout and ultimately deliver to the last meter. It shows clearly that there is a portion that private sector ought to play as well as the public sector. And this creates a conversation that hopefully through this particular summit, we'll be able to progress together and ask ourselves, as a continent, as a nation, how then do we come together to be able to deliver this? Looking at our own national master plan, government desires to reach 8.4 million homes in the next 5 years. For this to be achieved, it means there must be partnership between private sector stakeholders, the ISPs, and government to be able to reach these particular homes. To be able to provide the necessary capacity, it means therefore there must be a collaborative approach between private sector, investors, and public sector, so that then we can leverage in the existing infrastructure. And I think our CEO mentioned earlier on, that for us to be able to achieve the target that we want to have as a nation and as a continent, we need to ask ourselves, in the existing infrastructure, what can we leverage and work together to be able to optimize the already existing infrastructure without necessarily having duplication? For new build infrastructure, how can we work together as private and public sector so that we can build one for all? So that then we don't have to have repetitive investment that then don't deliver the expedited desire to be able to reach everywhere. But even as we look at the digital infrastructure, the question that we would like to ask ourselves in this particular forum and going forward is, once this digital infrastructure has been set up, who is working on the digital solutions? Who is working on the digital skills? It means then we must come up together and co-design, co-create the digital skills necessary to take us to the future level or future of work. To provide solutions then that will be able to ride in this particular infrastructure that we are building. But then the question comes in, for us to be able to connect as a continent, what are the issues that we need to look at? First and foremost, each and every country has its own strategy around infrastructure development. But then to be able to interconnect, my colleague here mentioned about the fiber that we have across the coast of Africa. We are largely well represented in terms of the connectivity into our African coast, whether east or west or south. But then the question is, what is the strategy to bring this connectivity down to the center, to the mainland, so that then we say Africa is well connected? This means we must then have a common approach in terms of developing our strategies from the various agendas that we have as a continent to the national level plans that we have that incorporates then the private sector. The other aspect that we need to look at is, once we are able to co-create, to co-design together, we need to ask ourselves then, as a continent, how then do we harmonize our tariffs? As a continent, how then do we harmonize our regulatory framework? So that then, as a bloc and as a continent, we then have more unified approach in terms of breaking the digital divide and developing and invoking a more creative approach towards invoking the potential of this continent. I look forward, and we look forward to having this conversation moving forward and asking ourselves together, what can we do to ensure that we take advantage of the potential of this continent? Moving from developing the infrastructure to skilling and to ultimately providing solutions that are local and that serves the purpose that we all desire to transform this continent. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. Isabel, let me come to you and ask you, when you're gauging a successful public-private collaboration, what are sort of the metrics that do you look into? And how does that also inform you in developing an appropriate financial instrument or support for that particular entity that you're looking at, especially on this particular agenda that we have of connectivity?
Very good. So maybe, I mean, indeed, it's really important to see how we can develop those strategies, right? And what should the public sector be funding, and what should the private sector be funding as well? Because as we've now said several times, we of course need these to come together, right? So. First of all, I think a number of panelists have talked about the kind of areas that are maybe kind of ripe for private sector investment, but how we also may eventually need to go into new areas, right? So I think some of the typical areas that we've been looking at are, of course, all the infrastructure areas, the broadband development, both cross-border infrastructure, but then also how to look into additional networks to go into unserved or underserved areas. There's, of course, the data center infrastructures, but also the devices, right? I mean, look at how we can leverage private sector investment for that. But I do like Thomas' point and what others have said as well about how we may need to look at also new areas for private sector investment, notably looking at skills, platforms, and so on. We really need to kind of be able to widen the areas where we look at collaboration. And in that regard, then we'll need to look at what are actually the instruments that make sense to do that, right? And so the instruments and the ways we go about it. I mean, when we look at infrastructure development, what's clear is that we know there's what private sector can do on its own, but then there's areas where the private sector cannot go on its own, right? So if we start with the infrastructure side, we know that, for example, when we're looking at covering the poorer population, more remote locations, and so on, we really have a problem of viability, and where the private sector will start really not being able to go there. And yet, those are precisely the challenges that we have, right? In that when we look at the data, we actually see that the gaps are widening. The gaps are widening between countries, but also between the lower income and higher income populations. So really for us, what's quite clear is that we need to leverage private sector as much as possible, but the public sector financing should actually go towards making sure that those investments are also possible in the less profitable areas. And so some of the models that we at the World Bank have been developing and working with governments on is really looking at viability gap financing. What does this mean? I mean, let's say there's a particular investment that needs to be made. We look at how much of it can private sector do on its own, and what may be the viability gap that needs to be filled by the public sector for the private sector to go there. And this actually helps us kind of evaluate how much of it should come from the public sector. What I think is, however, quite important to say is that in order to do that, we also need to look at some of the reforms that need to take place in advance, both so that basically to kind of remove barriers to investment and to lower the cost of doing business, as our colleague from Liquids was talking about. And so basically, I think there's these three areas that to me are quite important. So first of all, look at the mix of public versus private in terms of actual amounts that will be needed. The second one, looking at what are the reforms that may need to take place even before we consider investments. And to me, there's also a third area, which again, some of you have also mentioned, which is about how can we also leverage private sector skills and expertise. Because we know that this is an area that is moving very fast, technology is moving very fast, and so maybe we need to think of solutions that are not the solutions that we thought about 10 years ago, but that basically keep pace with technology development. I think Oracle was talking, for example, about the data centers, and it may, I mean, just to take that as an example, right? Maybe it doesn't make sense today for every government to have a large data center that would house all of its data, but maybe there's hybrid solutions that we can consider, whether some of it is local, some of it is regional, but especially that we leverage private sector expertise as much as possible to be able to manage those data centers and that infrastructure. And maybe just one last point, as we look at new areas like digital platforms and digital skills, I think we also need to look at what are the type of financing instruments that would be most suitable to finance those type of activities. And so, for example, some of the mechanisms that we are considering is really looking at allowing the private sector to take the lead, because the private sector can probably take on those projects and those objectives in a faster way. But looking at, for example, how we can consider matching performance grants with matching investments, where the private sector implements but co-designs the programs that need to be put in place with the public sector, and then there's a contribution from both of those. So again, I think there's a lot of thinking that needs to go into place as to how we accelerate and how we bring together those partnerships. But these schemes are already being tried and piloted in several countries, and then it's a matter of us learning from what's working and then being able to scale those up.
Thank you. It's good that you mentioned Oracle, and I remember from the sentiments that was being shared there, the sentiments that were being shared by Dr. Ibrahim. He raised the question of the clouding. Should we consider each African country having its own, clouding bank, or we can actually have one mutual clouding bank as a continent? And this raises the question of infrastructure sharing and digital infrastructure mutualization, of which I would like you, Mr. Adil, to maybe tackle. How is that really an impediment when we're talking about having a successful network sharing? Is everyone amenable to that particular idea, or everyone wants to, have their own sovereignty?
This is a very good question. It relates to the point made earlier around the investment required to make sure that we deploy digital infrastructure and digital services across the continent. If we share infrastructure, be it physical or be it virtual, like the cloud infrastructure, then obviously that reduces the investment required to connect everyone and to deploy these services. So from that perspective, infrastructure sharing makes a lot of sense. And we've seen several countries like Kenya, like Uganda, and others actually enshrining digital infrastructure sharing in the policies or the regulations of the land. And this kind of forced the hand of those, as you mentioned, that might not be all in for it. We still see monopolistic behaviors in some of the countries where market-leading entities maybe don't want to lend a hand to competitors to access their infrastructure, which obviously makes sense from that perspective. But for the greater good, maybe that's not the right way to go. So this is where we can see governments coming in and mandating a win-win configuration where people who have already invested in infrastructure can still make a return on it while allowing others in the market to access it. Coming back to the point around cloud infrastructure, it's actually the same issue. Currently, we have three types of clouds. We have local clouds which we call sovereign clouds, we have private clouds, and we have public clouds. Public clouds can be anywhere in the world, and as the director from Oracle has mentioned, we are pleased to see several OTT players coming into Africa and actually creating an instance of their public clouds into local African data centers. Today, here in Liquid's data center in Nairobi, we have over 3 OTT players with their public clouds having an instance in Africa. This means that when you're accessing your Outlook, when you are going on online shopping, on where you're doing a business transaction on a large software used by businesses across the world, you don't have to go and touch the database in Asia or in Europe or in US, but you actually stay in Nairobi or in Joburg or in Cape Town to do so. This obviously reduces the latency, which is the time for you to interact with the system you're working with, but also reduces the cost for these players to deploy their services and allow them to reach many more users across the continent. So we really welcome the initiatives that all the large OTT players have embarked on of putting instances of their public clouds in the African continent. Now, these instances do not need to be replicated in every country. They're not replicated in every country in America or in Europe or in Asia. They have what they call zones that they can actually now serve many countries from that perspective. However, what we need to do on the continent is we need to have an environment where these large OTTs can find reliable connectivity, reliable power sources, reliable data centers where to host these public clouds. In terms now of private or local clouds, this is where data sovereignty comes in, as you've mentioned before. We have seen several countries on the continent enact data sovereignty law, which are required. Every country needs to have a handle on its data. And from that perspective, we need local data centers. We need regulations that actually lists what kind of data can be housed outside of the country and which data must be local. And this is nothing unusual. It's there all around the world. And again, our intervention or what we can do as private sector to make sure that our continent, our countries really harness the potential of cloud services and digital services can bring is to do our bit in terms of investing into the digital infrastructure and the digital services that allow all these players, be it government or private players, to deploy their services in such a way, again, where they can see a return and where they can serve their customers in the best way possible.
Right, thank you. So I want to thank our panelists for that rich stream of information we've received so far. And I'll be remiss if also don't get reactions from the plenary. I can see from the Wolver app we have a few questions here that we'll want the panelists to address. And it's not addressed to any particular panelist, but any of you can actually pick it. First of all, we have the first question, which is expressed here as how can PPPs effectively address the digital divide to ensure equitable access to technology and opportunities for all communities? How can PPPs effectively address the digital divide to ensure equitable access to technology and opportunities for all communities? Any of you can actually take it? We can give it a stir.
Yeah, I can make it take a stab on this. I mean, PPPs for private sectors is really critical. As we've discussed in this panel, we need to collaborate across public, private sector to really advance connectivity across the continent. If I can give an example, representative from the ministry mentioned earlier that in the next 5 years, the government of Kenya wants to connect 8 million plus homes, 100,000 plus institutions. When we do the assessment of where the current infrastructure is, we can see already that it doesn't take much to actually extend the existing infrastructure to these institutions. For example, when we did the exercise for our infrastructure in Kenya, where we have over 9,000 kilometers of fiber, we have about 6,000 schools, which are within 500 meters of our infrastructure. Now, as was mentioned before by my fellow panelists from the World Bank, sometimes the viability of that extension is not there because the school cannot afford that cost. And this is where PPEs can come in with development partners, with the policy that governments have to actually say, we want to do X connection per year over the next few years. This is where we need, this is the funding that we need, and then reach out to the public sector through these PPE arrangements to make it happen. So the data is there, the infrastructure and the use cases for schools or for government agencies are there. We just need to actually implement a framework that is a win-win for all parties.
Thank you. And I think, Isabel, you might want also to tackle that question of when we're talking about equitable access to technology and opportunities, there is the issue that really comes to the fore of the gender gap. The people are raising time and again that you see it's leaning because maybe this is tech heavy. It is more prone to the men than the women as well. So there is such a chasm that needs maybe to be bridged. What would be your sentiments?
I mean, clearly the gender gap is there, the digital gender gap is there, and it needs to be tackled, right? And so, and I do agree that whereas it should be everybody's concern that this happens, maybe there is also more of a weight on the public sector to make sure that that is indeed the case, right? And so actually in all the programs that are supported by the World Bank, we make it a point to make sure that we identify what those gaps are. We design specific actions that can close those gaps, but then also we track whether those gaps are actually being closed or not. And of course, these gaps, they show across the board, right? They show from the infrastructure, with regards of the people who actually have access to the services and to the devices and so on, but it also shows in the services, and I mean, actually, as I said, it really shows across the board. So making it a very, very deliberate effort to see how we can close those gaps, it's very important. But it goes beyond gender. I mean, I think it goes, it's something that would apply towards various types of minorities, including also, for example, looking at the disabled population and how can we make sure that people with challenges in reaching services can actually be included. So it is really about how can we use the resources to make sure that digitization is as inclusive as possible.
Thank you. Also, just as a contribution, we have a Common Markets for East Africa, Southern Africa, that is COMESA, is currently also initiating the Cloud Africa Ecosystem Project, and that is from the Director ICT COMESA. The last question, unless you wanted to contribute on chime in on that particular question, you can piggyback on it, Thomas.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up what my two panelists have mentioned and ask ourselves, why do we have the digital divide? It's largely likely to be because it's not economically viable. Because if it were, then private sector would have already invested. And so with this thinking then, we need to ask ourselves, if government is interested for the common good, and private sector is interested in return on investment, but we almost agree that there is purpose and interest for people, then we may need to see how then do we come together to invest and provide solutions that will enable these non-economically viable destinations or population to be economically viable. And therefore, I think I agree with my two panelists that we need to look then, that how then do we come together to invest and have a more collaborative approach in putting the investment, but at the same time providing solution. If it's that school that is 500 meters away from an existing infrastructure, how do we invoke activity so that whatever we get from this 500-meter institution is able then to sustain the connectivity that we've provided? If it's to the far-flung regions, for example in Kenya, what then are these solutions, digital solutions, that we need to provide to them so that ultimately there is activity that will generate revenue and provide sustainability for this infrastructure? And this is a conversation that I think we need to continue having as a country and as a continent, that what do we need to do together so that ultimately each and every part of the continent is connected and each and every person is connected. We must come together, invest together, and ask ourselves what is the contribution of the private sector. How then does government merge this so that ultimately we have a connected continent that each and every person feel part and parcel of. And there's great potential even in these areas. Despite the fact that there are few, I think we have solutions that can generate activity that will provide us a more sustainable approach in terms of investing in digital infrastructure across the continent. Thank you.
Briefly. I just want to add one comment about the company should go there if there is interest in their stuff. This is very important and crucial. Governments should bring affordable connectivity to the underserved area, because the government should implement a policy to reduce the cost of the internet access in that area. If that area did not get the internet yet, government should reduce the cost of licenses for the infrastructure companies to reach the underserved areas. That's the only way I think we can close the bridge gap between the digital divide or digital inclusion for marginalized or low-income communities or low-income households. That is the things that I think we can close the gap between the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for picking that question as well, answering it very expertly. We want just to conclude here, and I'll be remiss if I don't give you just maybe 30 seconds to give your closing remarks, beginning with you, Isabel. Your closing remarks, please.
No, really, just to say that it's true there are challenges, but I'm also quite excited to see that there seems to actually be quite a lot of alignment on some of the strategies to close those gaps. So at the World Bank, we are really committed to accelerating digitization and to work with both governments and the private sector to make that happen.
Thank you. Adil, your closing remarks?
Just to echo the same sentiment, we need to be optimistic. The future is bright. This century is a century for Africa. It's time for Africa, as we say. And we have our work cut out for us as players in this industry, in this sector, to make sure that everyone is connected. Public sector, development agencies, and government agencies really have to come together around the table and apply the models that we know do work. We need the cost of business to come down. We need development partners to really look at Africa in a different lens and provide it with the right level of financing, as was mentioned by CEO of ICTA earlier in this talk. And from there, we can really harness the potential that this great continent has.
Thank you. Right. Zachariah, the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to the ICT Authority of Kenya and hosting us this very important and crucial Connected Africa Summit. And I would like to close my remarks to say that it is very important to foster cooperation between governments, private sector, and international organizations to close the gap of the digital divide and digital transformation. That is very important. And to close that gap, like African the percentages that we see in the numbers, the statistics, that is Africa is very behind from the other continents, only 33% of the people connected. So the leaders, the ministers, the ICT ministers were here last 2 days. They were mentioning that it is very important and crucial to close this gap and to come the connectivity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zachariah. Lastly, Thomas.
Thank you. To unlock the potential of the continent, we must ensure that we all together invest in the digital infrastructure. And therefore, as private and public sector players, let's collaborate so that then we can be able to connect all and unlock the potential of our continent. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you. I know there were so many questions expressed, but we are pinched for time. We'll not be able to answer them, but of course, also our panelists can go back to the Wover app and answer some of the questions that have been expressed there as well. But I want to thank you so much for the rich stream of information that you've given us, very incisive, very massive. I really do appreciate, and I want to appreciate also our plenary for being amazingly patient. You can give a round of applause to our panelists for that particular session we've had. A hearty one for that matter. A hearty one. Thank you so much. Please don't be in a tearing rush. We can just take a moment to have a group photo session, right? And I think also there's a token of appreciation from our organizers as well to just appreciate you. So take it away. I hand it over to Robert Cliff.
Another round of applause, please, to Dibal as well, and the eminent panelists on stage. A hearty one for that matter. Please appreciate them as well. I would like to now invite any directors of ICTA who are here represented. Madam Annette, Edna, Alfred, Chairman Maritime, if I could get any on stage? Okay, very well. In that view, and I know he will allow me to do that, please allow me to give a special recognition and welcome to the former governor, of course, former governor of Kisii, His Excellency Ongwae. Please come up, sir. I'll give you an opportunity to give out the gifts. It's very good to see you keenly listening. I know you play an advisory role as well to many partners. Please welcome. Okay, so we have 4 gifts. I think we'll give one to the governor as well to give out to the panelists. Thank you. Okay, all the panelists will be appreciated and will receive their gifts. Sai, we could still maintain the stage on stage. We want to take a group picture. If you could just please stay on stage. We'll take a group picture of all of us together with the moderator as well. Dibal, please just join for a group picture. And that marks the end, ladies and gentlemen, of Plenary 7. Thanking you all for the patience and, of course, taking time to be here with us for day 3 of the Connected Africa Summit. Shortly, we'll be starting Plenary 8. A final round. Those of us who are at the back, especially behind the cameras, to please just make their way to the front seats. We are only taking up the first 10 rows, please. DJ.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space, so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, Huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, all protocols observed, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. I want to thank you so much for making time to be with us for this final plenary for day 3. Before we move into our breakout sessions, just keeping up the momentum from how we began today, and of course proceeding on with deliberations. This session, ladies and gentlemen, will be looking at matters to do with e-waste in Africa and how do we help manage the same, looking at the opportunities, challenges, policies, the cases, of course, looking at how do we capitalize as well on e-waste, not particularly as a disadvantage, but of course as a digital asset, both in the private sector, the emerging green economy as well, and of course in government. Of course, the key areas we'll be looking at are the centers around addressing the challenges and capitalizing on the opportunities associated with the electronic waste management that's across the continent. Currently, Africa faces significant challenges that's related to the handling and disposal of e-waste material, and of course with adequate infrastructure, the inadequate infrastructure that is, and also the regulatory environment, we're looking at how that can be enhanced as well. We are still expecting the presence of the Prince Ofusu Sefa, who's an administrator from the Ghana Investment Fund. I think will be joining us as we progress on. Just in view of time, I'm just going to invite the eminent panelists who will just set the scene and we can kick off the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your moderator. My name is Laban Cliff Onserio. Thank you so much again for joining us for this plenary session. We'll keep it short and sweet so that we can, of course, progress on with the breakout session that is ahead of us. Thank you to all our partners. Thank you to ICTA for convening us today. You've seen, of course, from the video commercial, but I want to appreciate and give a round of applause to all the sponsors, partners, and the conference conveners for making this happen. Ladies and gentlemen, first up on stage, please help me welcome Akshay Shah, who's a manufacturing and tech expert. He's a group executive director at Silver Africa and a board chair at Kepro, and also a co-founder at Ponea Digital Health. A round of applause, please, to Akshay. Thank you, Akshay. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Madam Catherine Masolia, who's the Chief Operations Officer from the WE Center, which is a recycler, a US recycler, and already glad you can have her here as well. And finally, last but not the least, of course, representing the government circles, please help me welcome Dr. Charles Lange, who's the Deputy Director from the National Environment Management Authority, that's NEMA, to come up on stage. Check. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being our expert panel on this e-waste conversation. A lot that we've discussed behind the scenes in the briefing room. I think mine is just to give you about 3 to 5 minutes to set the context in looking at how we can leverage on this conversation that on one end is deemed as a disadvantage, but on the other exists a good opportunity for techpreneurs to leverage on. First up, Akshay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Laban. So a little bit about me. I spent about 30 years in sustainable plastics packaging, manufacturing this for global CPGs across Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique, and in the past also in Nigeria and Uganda and the UAE. I've also spent 8 years in the circular economy space, which we will talk more about today, and then 5 years in the health business tech transformation. The urgent issue of the day when it comes to e-waste is just to understand a few numbers. The global average of e-waste per capita is 7.3 kilos per person. Europe is 16.6 kilos, and Africa is 2.5 kilos. But the more interesting thing is that out of this 2.5 kilos per person of e-waste on our continent, 60% of that e-waste is actually imported into the continent. So our native e-waste generation is just 1 kilo per person, way, way, way below the global average. And it's primarily because we use electronic and electrical devices, appliances and such for a longer time. We don't keep upgrading as much, I guess, maybe because of affordability issues. And there's a high reuse as well, so with the hand-me-downs and such. So while we can be happy with this 1 kilo, we have to recognize that Africa is growing. We have a massive population that is scaling up and leveling up. So this number is only going to grow. So we need to be proactive in making sure that the right solutions are in place before it gets out of hand. So number one is we have to be safe in the way e-waste is recycled. Currently, most of the recycling happens in the informal sector, and it is actually done in a very, very unsafe manner. Number two, we also have to be thinking about innovation in making these devices, these appliances to be more durable, to be more repairable locally, and also to be more reusable, because that will prevent the products from coming to an end of life where the only destination is recycling or landfills. The most important thing to enable safety and innovation is to shift financial capital from the linear economy of electronics and electrical products to a circular economy. How does capital shift from this linear to a circular? It is by implementing something called PRO, Producer Responsibility Organizations, and they would then enact and implement something called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility Schemes. That is the way financial capital shifts. When the money comes in, then everything starts moving well. So that's my submission.
Madam Mazolia, you have the floor. It'll be quite interesting to see what you do as a recycler at the WE Center.
Okay, so my name is Catherine Masolia. I'm from WE Center. I'm the Chief Operations Officer there. So WE Center is an e-waste recycler. We are the largest in East and Central Africa. We have branches in Tanzania, South Sudan, Ethiopia. And what we largely do is recycle e-waste. So what I find is when we're having this conversation, many people don't understand even what e-waste is. So I will begin by explaining. So e-waste is that dead microwave in your house. It is that mobile phone you don't want to let go. It is the e-cigarette that you use. It is the bottle that you're using to carry your water that keeps it warm and has something that shows you the temperature. Then now we can move to the TVs, the computers, and the rest. So there's lots of types of e-waste. Now, why is e-waste important? When we talk about the twin transition, which is affecting a lot of what we're doing, we are talking about digitization, we are talking about using green energy. What that has meant is that we are leaning more to using technological items. And that has meant that there is an increase in the amount of electronic waste that is being generated because now we are using more electronic gadgets. You can imagine what happened in 2020 when we had COVID and we all moved to remote working, remote learning. I remember all of a sudden I had to get 3 gadgets in my house, for each of the children who needed to access their online learning platforms. So e-waste is the fastest growing waste stream in the world right now. That's what we don't realize. And the unique thing about e-waste is that it has metals largely. Then 27% of e-waste is plastics. Then there's other components. And then you find that the plastics that are used in e-waste are also unique in the sense of when you think about recycling, they have brominated flame retardants. You see the way you're told, don't charge your phone, don't use your phone when you're charging it. You have to be careful not to leave your phone in the car, it might explode on you. So the plastic that will generally be used in most electronic items will be one that is going to prevent it from exploding. And that means then the management of e-waste is slightly unique. And that is why this is an important conversation for us to be having. When we talk about using green energy, we're using more of solar panels, solar items. And in Africa, we have a unique problem because the solar items require are the smaller things like lamps for cooking. So it means they have shorter lifespans. And what that then means is that we need to deal with the end of life sooner than we normally anticipate. And right now, we need to think about circularity. So moving from linear, which is we make an item, we use it and it becomes waste. Now, when you think about circularity, you're trying to close that loop. So you want to keep an item lasting for longer. So you're going to be thinking about repair, reuse, refurbish, before you get to even thinking about recycling, just to explain when we talk about circularity what that means. So then that means we need legislation that will help us to make sure that we are managing our e-waste well. Another reason why it's important to think about e-waste and its recycling is that these electronic items are made with mercury, with lead. Most of us are not aware that if that ends up in landfills, that will end up in your table, you're going to eat it, and it's going to affect you. It goes to your major organs and that they are affected. So that's why it's important for us to have this conversation and to think about whether we are managing our e-waste safely. So right now, based on the latest report, 2024 e-waste monitor, we are at 62 billion kilograms of e-waste as at 2022. And we expected by 2030 that to have reached 120 billion. So I hope with that, we will all pay attention and understand why this is an important conversation for us to have, and also start thinking about how you can bring your e-waste to e-center.
Very well put. Dr. Lange, how is it from the regulator's perspective on managing e-waste, as well put by Madam?
Thank you very much, moderator. As been said, my name is Dr. Charles Lange. I work for NEMA, where I'm responsible for all matters and research and planning. I am also dabbling as the project coordinator of one of the largest e-waste management project in this country, funded by Global Environment Facility, the World Bank. As you know, NEMA is the principal instrument of government of Kenya, responsible for coordination and supervision of all matters environment. I want to say that, just aligning myself with what my colleagues have said, that indeed this conversation is one of the most important conversations that really must be alive from today and going forward. And I want to sincerely thank the organizers of this, bringing this conversation forward. I want to say that, not repeating what my colleagues have said, where we come in as a regulator, while they talk about the issues about circular economy, the issues associated with the problems of this e-waste, we have come along in terms of providing the regulatory environment to try and then cement on what is it that the Kenyans, we can all of us align together to be able to address this from a legal perspectives. Already, as you may be aware, some of you, that we have various policies for this country and regulatory regimes or statutes that really focuses on matters solid waste, and for this matter also e-waste issues. We will be moving on forward with these policies in details as move on. But I want to say that, this country is one of those that has been very fortunate, because indeed many of the policies and regulatory regimes that we come up with are one of the best that this region can have in terms of advancing management of e-waste in this country. Already in the making, I think there is a very dedicated draft e-waste regulation that is going to be the game changer in these matters. And so, among many other regulations that are on the pipeline. And so, the horizon looks very good for us. The only thing to do is to forge partnerships, both public and private institutions, so that we can be able to tame this scenario as the landscape moves forward. We are also very hardy as an authority in terms of ensuring that we provide information and sensitization to Kenyans on some of the issues that are associated with the e-waste. We have very, very good partnerships with a lot of stakeholders in both private and private sector, civil society, in trying to move this agenda forward. And we have done quite a lot of programs which we can go into the details. I want to say research is very central, and we have been very much involved in this, in partnership with the stakeholders. We have one of the best actually study that is about to be commissioned or to be celebrated of what is the amount that as a country we are generating in terms of the e-waste, and not only as a country, but even to the county level, so that every county can know their share of what they're generating and what is the problem they're likely to have in this. So what I want to say is indeed, this is a very great agenda, and I want to call upon partnerships, because unless we forge collaboration, partnerships in this agenda, it may take a while before we are able to manage this challenge, all of us, sustainably. Back to you, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. I'll still throw it back to you as well as the regulator, and thank you all for your submissions, dear panelists. Mine, to start with NEMA, is looking at the pace of regulation. I'm happy you mentioned the World Bank. You mentioned that there's some regulation we need to look out for. The experts are saying that this is something we really need to pay closer attention to. How fast or how soon can we get in basically the pace of regulation on the e-waste management compared to the detriments that it's actually having?
Indeed, let me say that, as I said in the beginning of my introduction, is the horizon is looking good, because I think this agenda of e-waste has been going on for quite a while from where I sit. And I want to sincerely thank everybody because we have seen very, very successful partnerships that has been in this space in terms of trying to work together to try and manage this issue. I want to say particularly the initiative that we are driving in, which has several components, which really look at the issues to do with capacity building, is something that has been there with us, that whereas we talk about this issue, the issues of capacity building has been with us, and we have been able to make a transformative change in the way various stakeholders have their capacities to really manage the e-waste. And so we continue to forge partnerships with a range of stakeholders so that we can be able to see more of these transformative changes. Secondly, I want to indicate that the most critical part of this has been the success in moving the regulatory regimes. I think unless we have very clear regulatory regimes on this issue, we can be having many dialogues, debates, consultations, but once we are directed with a very clear regulatory frameworks, I'm sure this country will be a learning point for the rest of parts of our region and even beyond our borders. And finally, I think that our colleagues have talked about the circular economy, and I think it's something that we are very much interested, and we are forging a lot of partnership with them to be able to make a transformative change, while not just treating this as a waste, or considering it as an opportunity for us. Thank you.
Okay, looking at it as an opportunity, fostering partnerships. The regulator and largely the Minister of Environment has spoken. Madam Azolia, you sit as an advisor. I mean, you have a US company, you've seen the waste management processes in the developed world. I think what will be the opportunity from We Center, that we can actually adopt as well for our continent today?
Allow me to first address the issue of the regulation. So we have the Sustainable Waste Management Act 2022. And that act now lays a framework for us to deal with all sorts of waste. So that means then e-waste is covered there. And it also addresses issues of extended producer responsibility, which means that if you're a producer of electronic waste, then you have the responsibility to manage it. So with such a regulation in place, then it helps like an e-waste recycler, because now a producer of electronic waste or someone maybe who's importing, because once you import, then you're considered a producer. Now you are required to actually show what is happening to the items you're bringing in. How are you managing the end of life? So that, of course, presents opportunities for a recycler like us. And what that means then is if we're looking to repair more devices, refurbish more devices, then we are creating more green jobs. So there's lots of opportunity there. When we compare, in terms of policy, specific e-waste policy, I think across the world we have about 81 countries which have e-waste policies. And approximately, now the policy will be different. So some will set specific recycling targets, and then others will set specific collection targets. So the gap that we have right now is getting our policy to a place, to having an e-waste policy that will now have those clear targets in place. What's happening right now in Europe, what is being recycled, like they're the best, they're producing the most, but they're also recycling the most. So they're about 43% of the electronic items are recycled. In Africa, only 1% is being recycled. Now, we're generating 62 billion, and about 14 billion is ending up in landfills. 14 billion kilos of electronic waste will end up in a landfill. That means then whatever hazardous elements are leaching into the environment from there. Then we have about 18 billion kilograms, and those ones, they're being managed informally, which is not good for us. Okay, which is good because it presents an opportunity for the informal sector, but then it needs a bit more guidance and support so that we make sure that even as they're trying to handle it, they're handling it in the correct way. So a lot of what you will find happening is that then we will, for at WE Center, we'll be training informal workers to teach them the kind of safety gear they need to have, not to burn electronic cables for copper, rather to use a shredding machine. So there's a lot of opportunity there to train, do capacity building, and then now with that, then also create jobs. You asked me about the comparison between us and the Western world. When it comes to electronic waste, at least from what I have seen, when I was trying to compare, is we are finding that when my comparison is with Europe, there the electronic waste is being managed by the government. And then they are working with recyclers. So the municipal is the one collecting the e-waste, the specific bins provided by the municipal. Currently, I can give you an example of what we are doing in Kenya and in other East African countries. We have collection points. If you go to Carrefour, you'll find collection points there. We've partnered with Safaricom. We have collection points there. So we keep increasing our partnerships. We've partnered with NEMA, and they provide us also space where we can put bins for collection. So in that way, we are collecting. But in most of the Europe, what I saw is that it's actually the government pushing it, setting up the infrastructure for collection, and then now we have the recycler now who will now maybe repair, refurbish, and eventually extract the valuable materials from it. Yeah.
Before I invite Akshay, is there any representative from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, any manufacturer here, any private sector, Kenya private sector landscapes team? Actually, I think you can guess what I'm leading to with this. It's the advantage of looking at it from a linear to a cyclical economy, and that they also the advantage again of sustainability is definitely not seen among us the producers themselves. Why is that the case?
Okay, well, I can speak to this both from my role in CAM. I sit on the Environment and Sustainability Committee, and also through the work that we have done in KEPRO, which is the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization for packaging. The reason why the producers, and in electronics and electrical devices, Majority of the producers are not even in Kenya because these things don't get made here. So most of the producers are sitting outside Kenya, sending their products here. They either come in the form of finished goods or assembly. And obviously, as I said earlier, some of it comes in the form of electronic waste. So we end up using all of these products here. And then when they end up becoming waste, because they're not durable, because they're not repairable, who takes responsibility? These are the brands, the companies that are sitting outside of our borders. So it starts with that, right? Some of these will take a voluntary position to say, all right, it is a real problem. We need to partner with the ICT authority. We need to partner with NEMA. We need to partner with recyclers like WeCenter so that we can start creating a proof of concept of what would a circular economy in electronic products and devices look like. And once that is working, it's defined, then I think the regulator can move from essentially creating a space where there's voluntary compliance to mandatory compliance. You know, if the regulator from a packaging perspective has done a fantastic job. I really commend what NEMA has done in helping us to make sure that the Sustainable Waste Management Act got passed in 2022. It's a great starting point because people are required to segregate their waste at source. So now imagine you're separating your dry waste from your wet waste. And in the dry waste is all your recyclables, your electronics, your gadgets, the microwave that you talked about. All of that goes into dry waste. And this, again, part of the Sustainable Waste Management Act is that none of this waste is allowed to go to a landfill or a dump site. It must go to something called an MRF, Material Recovery Facility. How many do we have in Kenya? 0. How are they going to be created? By shifting money from the producers, from the brands, into an e-waste PRO, who will then provide seed capital to start MRFs in Kenya. The MRFs will sort this material, the dry waste, and then segregate the e-waste, compress it, for companies like WeCenter to be able to collect it. So again, the next challenge is going to be, how are more recyclers going to come into Kenya in the electronic waste recycling space? And how do they scale? How do they make it safer? How do they make it so that this doesn't affect the environment and lives? Again, it's going to need capital. Where does this money come from? It goes back to the producer. So if the producer wants the license to be able to sell their devices and gadgets and appliances into our borders, they have to pay an EPR fee based on the weight of the product and based on how friendly or unfriendly it is to the environment. So this is a mechanism. It's been proven globally, and all Kenya needs to do is just simply adopt a PRO model, shift the capital from the brands that you mentioned, the producers. Let's have a few who are willing to lead by example, right? Whether it is Samsung or whether it is Huawei or whoever produces the washing machines. I don't know who are the big brands, but I think some of these brands have to lead by example. If they really care for the environment, they need to step up and partner to create an e-waste PRO and support it.
Thank you, Akshay. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate our panelists one more time for those quick submissions. Allow me to sort of segue into a bit of a conversation. I know I mentioned him as well earlier, Prince Ofusu Sefa, Administrator, Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Conversation. This is indeed an Africa conversation. I'd like to now steer away from the region and, of course, invite the team from Ghana, Prince Ofusu, to please come up on stage. I'll give you the floor for a short plenary on that mic and, of course, give you a chance to engage further with us. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Standing on existing protocols, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digitalization of Ghana. That's the Honorable Esla Owusu-Ekufo. My name is Prince Ofosu-Sefa, as mentioned, and I'm the administrator, which is the same as the CEO of Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC. And I'm pleased to step in today as originally planned for the Honorable Deputy Minister of Communications and Digitalization of Ghana, Mr. Charles Champon, who had to travel to attend to another important business. Ghana is pleased to be invited to speak on e-waste and thanks the organizers for the opportunity. Ghana also hereby seizes the opportunity to congratulate the organizers and our distinguished speakers and panelists for the insightful delivery so far. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is experiencing an unprecedented surge in the adoption of technology, fueled by the rapid expansion of mobile connectivity and the increasing penetration of internet services especially. While this presents incredible opportunities for development, it also poses significant challenges in terms of managing the resulting electronic waste, popularly called e-waste. E-waste is truly a crucial global issue that needs to be managed strategically. According to the Global E-Waste Monitor Report 2024 by the United Nations Institute for Training and Research and the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, worldwide, the annual generation of e-waste is rising by 2.6 million tons, on track to reach 82 million tons by 2030. A further 35% increase from the 2022 figure, which is the last benchmark. The report foresees a drop in the documented collection and recycling rate from 22.3% in 2022 to 20% by 2030 due to widening difference in recycling efforts relative to the staggering growth of e-waste generation worldwide. Challenges contributing to the widening gap include technological progress, higher consumption, limited repair options, shorter product life cycles, society's growing electronification, design shortcomings, and inadequate e-waste management infrastructure. Relatedly, the 2023 fact sheet of the International Labour Organization, ILO, and the World Health Organization on e-waste recycling activities may have several adverse impacts on human health. Children and pregnant women are particularly vulnerable to this. Also, millions of women, child laborers working in the informal recycling sector around the world may be at risk of e-waste exposure. The report underlines that if countries could bring the e-waste collection and recycling rates to 60% by 2030, the benefits, including through minimizing human health risk, would exceed costs by more than $38 million. Again, the Global E-Waste Monitor Report 2024 indicated that African countries generate the lowest e-waste. It's about 2.5 kilograms per capita, but struggle to recycle even this. If our recycling rates, as mentioned by one of the panelists I heard, are below 1%. Specifically, with regards to e-waste generation in the region, Egypt tops the region with 690 million kilograms, followed by South Africa, 530 million kg, Nigeria, 500 million kg, Algeria, 330 million kg, and Morocco, 180 million kg. Also, according to the Swiss Federal Laboratories for Materials Science and Technology paper on international environmental health research on shifting mountains of e-waste. E-waste is illegally brought into African states every year, the minimum of about 250,000 metric tons of e-waste coming into the continent, most of it, unfortunately, into my own West Africa from Europe. Particularly, the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, E-Waste in Africa, titled E-Waste in Africa, a serious threat to the health of children, reported that developed countries commodify underdeveloped African states as dumping grounds for their e-waste, and due to poor regulation and a lack of enforcement institutions, illegal dumping is promoted. Also, the Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health Journal also reviewed that the e-waste material sourced from Africa amounted to some $3.2 billion in 2019, therefore making trading and repairing them economic pursuits. It is worthy to state that e-waste contains high value materials which can lead to financial opportunity for African states when properly regulated and implemented. Accordingly, global trade of e-waste lends itself a fertile economic opportunity that needs to be leveraged by African peoples. Amidst these statistics is an opportunity to turn the tide and build a more sustainable future for our people. We have the chance to harness the power of innovation and collaboration to develop a holistic solution that addresses the entire life cycle of electronic products from design and manufacturing to disposal and recycling. First and foremost, we must prioritize the implementation of robust regulatory frameworks and govern the disposal and recycling of electronic waste. These regulations should promote responsible e-waste management practices, incentivize the adoption of environmentally friendly technologies, and hold stakeholders accountable for their actions. It is interesting to note that only 11 countries in Africa have a national e-waste policy legislation or regulation, out of which only 9 use the extended producer responsibility EPR principle, and only 1 country has collection targets in place, with no one of the countries having recycling targets in place yet. Africa needs to have more robust, innovative, and collaborative efforts in addressing e-waste than this. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has enacted the Hazardous and Electronic Waste Control and Management Act 2016. We call it the Act 917, and the Hazardous Electronic and Other Waste Classification, Control, and Management Regulations, which is a legislative instrument, 12250, which highlights the EPR principle. In Ghana, all electronic and communications equipment, EEEs, EEE producers were taxed an eco-levy, which is collected by the Ghana Revenue Authority according to their market share. The levy is allocated to the Environmental Protection Agency, which is also responsible for setting up a formal e-waste recycling facility. I'm happy to hear that in Kenya they have a few in place already, but we're working towards that. Pursuant to the E-Waste Act, an e-waste fund has also been established with the mandate of overseeing funds set aside for the management of e-waste in Ghana. The e-waste fund is to finance the collection and recycling of electronic waste. Furthermore, the fund is to invest in the development of infrastructure and capacity building initiatives that enable the safe collection, transportation, and recycling of e-waste. This includes the establishing of collection centers and recycling facilities, as well as providing training and support to local communities and businesses involved in the e-waste process. Currently, our EPA in Ghana, through the World Bank, under the Africa Environment, Health, and Pollution Management Program, is developing an integrated e-waste management system covering the collection, transportation, treatment, and final disposal of all electronic waste aimed at reducing unintentional persistent organic pollutants, UPOPs, pollution from the management of e-waste. The Ministry of Communications and Digitalization in Ghana, through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, where I work, is collaborating with the e-waste fund, to leverage GIFEC's extensive network of community ICT centers, CICs, to establish convenient collection points for electronic waste across various communities in Ghana. This collaboration presents a unique and innovative opportunity to address the environmental challenges posed by e-waste, while simultaneously enhancing accessibility of disposal options, and more importantly, awareness creation on e-waste for communities across Ghana. According to Act 917 of Ghana, GIFEC is classified as an electronic waste generator. This classification is mainly due to our operational activities, which involve the procurement, distribution of electronic and electronic equipment to schools and community ICT centers. Accordingly, GIFEC has also designed our own e-waste policies to guide us on how to manage e-waste in a manner that will achieve a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment and in compliance with relevant regulatory and other legal requirements. Almost done, Mr. Moderator. The Ministry of Communications and Digitalizations of Ghana is committed to the achievement of guidelines for countries to establish sustainable e-waste management programs and e-waste policies set up by the ITU through its ITU-T Study Group 5. The ministry is on course and is dedicated to achieving the set targets towards the achievement of the UN SDGs, and will continue to advance policies and programs in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps most importantly, we must foster a culture of awareness and responsibility among consumers, businesses, governments alike. We must educate our citizens about the importance of proper e-waste disposal and recycling, and empower them to make informed choices that minimize their environmental impact. In closing, I call upon all stakeholders gathered here today to join forces in addressing the challenge of e-waste management in Africa. Let us work together to build a future where technology serves as a force for good only, a future where innovation and sustainability go hand in hand. Together, we can create a continent that thrives in the digital age while preserving the beauty and vitality of our continent and planet for generations to come. I wish you very fruitful sessions ahead, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Another final round of applause as well, representing the Deputy Minister of the Republic of Ghana in the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, Prince Olaf. Thank you so much. I just thought I'd do you the honors of giving you my seat there so that I can have you just engage with the panel. Until just in view of time, I'm just going to throw it up, starting with Akshay. Critical thoughts, to be honest, and in fact, if I could just read through you some of the quick responses online. That's on the Woover app, which of course I've been encouraging our delegates to make sure that we can engage on. It's just like what's required to address governance in waste management, as it's crucial for achieving meaningful progress. What are the challenges of managing e-waste in Africa, which we've kind of touched a bit on it. I think I was quite challenged with your comment there on looking at the material recovery facility, and there exists an opportunity. The sandbox issues as well, NEMA, I think Ghana was speaking about, like the enactment of the regulation. What are some of the opportunities that we can see, how to have the regulators, the collectors as well, the manufacturers. You mentioned about the ICT authority providing a sort of a good environment for it as well. The statistics there, Mazolia, I think the 62 billion kilos of e-waste, data, quite startling. What are some of the front lines on it? I would want to look at, and of course, just breaking it down. I think to the Mwananchi, we might just say, we don't really quite get this, and how can the education and sensitization, that's what I'm looking at, and how that can be enhanced. So I'm just trying to draw up, the big picture perspective and just throwing it to you for your closing remarks, of course, encapsulating your quick thoughts and maybe your submission into your key takeaway in what you'd want the summit to take up on the e-waste management in Africa. Let's start with Akshay, and then we'll close with Prince.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, all right, okay. I think I've talked at length about what needs to be done, which is implementing a PRO, and I've explained how that works. If anybody needs to remember, it's very easy. Think about it as the Robin Hood for the environment, right? The Robin Hood takes money from the rich, gives it to the poor. In this case, we need a Robin Hood for taking money from the EEE brands and then putting that money to start MRFs, put it into recycling companies like the We Center. But I think two specific things that I would like to add is, one is, even though Africa is receiving a lot of electronic waste from Europe and other places, let us not put a knee-jerk reaction to that by banning that waste. It is an economic opportunity. It's just that we have to do that recycling safely and at scale. If you go back 20, 30, 40 years, that is what China was doing. Chinese economy started by taking the world's waste and creating value out of it. So we can also have an opportunity to do that, but as I said, safely and at scale. So that's one thing that, I think the regulation needs to be considering that and making sure that money is flowing into safe, high-scale recycling. The second point, which I'd like to share my experience from KEPRO, is while sometimes it seems like it takes ages for regulation to come in, but when it is in vogue, it comes in very quickly. And it almost becomes a situation where the cart comes before the horse, right? So we have regulation in place to make sure that waste doesn't go to landfills, but we don't have MRFs in place. So I think the partnership between the private sector and the regulator needs to be having a roadmap and then walk in lockstep to achieve that roadmap in convergence. Otherwise, a lot of things backfire, and then we start undermining each other. So those are the two additional points I'd like to share.
Thank you, Akshay. Catherine, 1 minute starts now.
I'll try and keep it under a minute. So I'll start from the level of individuals. So I would say individuals need to go back to their homes, look at what electronic waste you have, because actually when you look at the statistics, most of the electronic waste is in the small equipment. And surprisingly, it's actually with the e-cigarettes, the vaping, that has become so popular right now. So let's recycle our e-waste, bring it to an organization like We Center. You can go to our website, you'll find where to collect it. Go to Akafo if it's in Kenya, you'll find where to dispose it. And that way you'll have played your role. Then now we go to the bigger level. So in terms of what Akshay has already mentioned, public-private partnerships. So I think organizations like NEMA, ICTA need to, and recyclers like We Center need to work together so that we're able to tackle the problem together rather than each of us having our own efforts individually. That also means then that if we're going to have recycling at scale, that needs capital injection, huge capital injection. There's a reason why right now there's like 3 similar recycling facilities to We Center in Africa. It's because you need to have a huge capital investment to set it up. We need to get to a point where we're doing material recovery, meaning we're getting the precious metals from those items. Right now, all recyclers of e-waste are exporting electronic waste outside of Africa. So the gold, the palladium is going somewhere else. It's extracted, then of course it ends up back in our devices. Ideally, we should be recycling in Africa. Now, if you're going to do that, then it means we need to work, even as African countries, to have common legislation, harmonize it. from Ghana, we've already had, they have wonderful efforts that they're doing. So we need to have all of these people at one table speaking together and come up with a harmonized legislation and policies that will allow even the movement of e-waste maybe from one African country to another so that we can have a larger recycling facility. And We Center is thinking in terms of how we can get that done. And we are happy to get more partners and people who are going to support us in doing that. Now, if we do that, then we will be solving this problem of e-waste. And that is why also, I have to throw it in, on October the 16th, we are going to be having the fourth Africa International E-Waste Conference, where we are bringing people from across Africa, and the specific theme then will be policy, because we want to make sure we are harmonizing our policies. So then the next step is then we will be handling our e-waste at a larger scale and getting the materials here in Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, colleagues. One, I think we're looking good from a regulatory perspective. I think there's a lot that has been done. If we are able to implement that, I'm sure we're going to be in a great place. But I want to point at two very critical ones. One, e-waste is not with the elite, very learned people. E-waste is penetrating to the very common wananchi. So we need to find a solution on how we want to make a culture change for everyone, so that when you have e-waste, you know how to sustainably manage e-waste, particularly starting from the bottom up. Secondly, I think I want to challenge the scientific community. There's a lot in science that still remains to be done in the field of e-waste. I'm sure there are quite a number of academicians here. Please take your space and bring science that is going to support policy and implementations of the regulatory regimes. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. So lots have been said. And for me, what I would add is that we need to get more countries, as was mentioned by our lady panelists, that we harmonize regulation. So that's one of the key things. It's been said that you are as weak as, you are as strong as your weakest link. Right? So as a continent, if we have too many gaps, then it's almost going to be like swimming against the tide. So it's important that we really look maybe to the AU or any of these continental bodies to really bring everybody to the table, and then we harmonize our regulation, and then go on to enforce and also get some revenues. We have to put some capital to this. So the revenue generation is important. And then finally, for me, is the sensitization. So I'm very happy to reiterate, as I mentioned earlier on, that our own Universal Access Fund is working with our Environmental Protection Agency to see how we can help educate people right at the most rural, the most underserved communities in terms of ICTs, and see how we can solve the problem from the very local level, at the very base, so that if people know that these things are valuable, but at the same time they can also cause harm to them, it will solve the problem from the ground up, and that will be very effective. So we'll see how we're actually in talks with them, so we'll see how we can work with them to educate the people right from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince Ofusu from Ghana, Dr. Charles Lange from NEM as well, Catherine Mazolia from We Center, and last but not least, Mr. Akshay Shah. We really appreciate all your expert opinions. Please, a round of applause to all our panelists. Well put. This marks the end of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, just before I break the panel on stage, allow me to thank each and every one of you for your patience. This is indeed the last plenary session that we are having here at this time. I am advised, and of course I've gone through the conference up and told that I need to kind of reiterate the breakout sessions that we're going to be having. Just really quick, we'll have the breakout session 16 at room number 1, breakout session 17 at room number 2, breakout session 18. Sorry, I should actually critically mentioned. This is looking at resource mobilization to the digital power connectivity. That's breakout session 16 in room number 1. 17 will be looking at fostering rural transformation. That is in breakout room number 2. Turning digital revolution into climate action. That's breakout room number 3. Sustainable tech-driven economies. That's going to be at breakout room number 4. Looking at development of sustainable African cities, and I think just bringing a lot to what we've discussed as well today will be in breakout room number 5. I'll be leading that discussion as well. And startups and SMEs in Africa will be in breakout room number 7. That's will be session number 21. Last but not least, partner session fostering Africa's green transition. That will be in breakout room number 6. And of course, that's well projected to you right in front. I've been your host. My name is Laban Cliff. I'm so grateful for your time. We are now ready to serve you lunch. You know where we do that. That's straight up. I'm happy that the reins have been held. So it should be an easy transition so that we can begin our next session in another 30 minutes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we break out, let me invite the board of ICTA. Can I have the board of ICTA to please come up? Led by Buonamari team. Please, if you could come and together with your board to appreciate our panelists. We are grateful. Stanley, you can join the team as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for all your patience. Thank you again, homeboys, as well, for making us look good on this end. We appreciate you guys behind the scenes. Thank you. Thank you to our board. Thank you very much. Appreciating everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. If you could just all maybe take 2 steps to the front for a group picture, please. Ladies and gentlemen, asanteni sana. Please enjoy your lunch. See you the breakout sessions in another half an hour, please. Thank you very much for your patience. Goodbye for now.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome all delegates to the Connected Africa Summit 2024 that will be held in Nairobi from the 21st to 25th of April. This is an opportunity for us to think together as an African family with respect to developments in the ICT sector. It presents us with an opportunity to scan the operational environment, analyze the emerging issues with respect to policy, legal, and regulatory issues, and of course developments in the technological space so that we can be proactive with a view to remaining relevant. Please join us at the summit. Let's think together and come up with a proactive plan of action so that we position ourselves effectively in the operational environment. Welcome to Nairobi this April 2024. Please take part in the Connected Africa 2024. It is an opportunity like no other. All the big players will be here. All the global tech companies will be here. All the thought leaders in Africa will be here. To register for this Connected Africa 2024, go to www.connected.go.ke.
In today's society, the future of any economy is digital. Ordering medicine, agricultural products, manufacturing supplies, working, and even studying are all done online. This is why one of the key focus of government strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software, and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage across the country, and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The digital superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the digital superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
Tomorrow doesn't start the second the clock strikes midnight, or the minute the sun rises. It starts the very instant you have a vision, an idea that's unformed yet full of potential. At NTT Data, we harness inspiration and turn it into action, igniting the passion of our people to go further than we ever thought possible. From biotech to manufacturing, public service to banking, we're pushing for the boldest technological advancements and accelerating your greatest ambitions. Because we believe the future is shaped by those who refuse to wait for it. It's more than just consulting and IT modernization. It's servicing companies in over 50 countries to turn vision into action. Because if you want to change the world for the better, you start now. Ignite tomorrow, today. NTT Data.
Zainab Wako has been suffering from infertility since 2008, when she had her first miscarriage. Since then, she has had 3 more miscarriages, prompting her to visit a doctor in Garbatula. Like most women in the area, Zainab was only using traditional medication to improve her fertility.
She has tried to get a child, but she lost all the pregnancies. She has tried all the things, but most of the time she could not seek medical attention.
Waliniambia niende kwa psychologist uangaliwe, labda kuna kitu imeblock uangaliwe. Alafu nikawaambia kuna shida ya pesa, hata mimi mzee yangu ana kazi, nikipata pesa ndio nitaenda.
For many people like Zainab, going to the hospital requires one to have enough finances to cater for their food, accommodation, and transportation. This becomes a big challenge for the majority who are living on low income, hence opting for the traditional medication available.
Niliwaambia mimi sijapata usaidizi mwingine, ninatumia tu dawa ya kienyeji. Niliwaambia tu hivyo.
When we are having the gynecology clinics, we are also having the same for telemedicine, because whatever that could not have been managed by the MO on the other end has to be attended to by the consultant remotely.
We got the patient attached to the consultant through the video.
Hiyo video ilikuwa mzuri, na tena niliwaona wale wananiuliza maswali, niliwaona vizuri sana.
If you go to that telemedicine room, you're going to see that whenever our physician is consulting for Garbatula, we are having a team of interns who are here to learn, and this has now also expanded in terms of teaching and dispensing of knowledge.
Nimewaeleza, hata kuna wengine nimewaelezea, wengine wako mbali, lakini niliwapigia simu, niliwaambia kuna daktari fulani hivi, tukuje tukae alafu tuende pamoja tusaidike.
Such initiative will go a long way in contributing to saving of life, cost savings, and basically bridging the human resource gap that we currently face.
From 21st April 2024, Kenya is hosting Connected Africa Summit 2024, and we are inviting all of you to join us in this very important session where we host the entire African continent, leaders and players and stakeholders in the ICT sector to converge and discuss on matters of digital economy, matters of connectivity, smart government, digital skills, future of work, digital trade, and digital platforms. Connected Summit 2024 also provides an opportunity for you to visit Nairobi, to visit Kenya and experience the great country Kenya, the cradle of mankind, and we have an opportunity to invite the rest of the world to come and experience Kenya. So that said, register at www.connected.go.ke. We invite you to share your experience, and also listen from experts in various fields and to be able to share what the continent is doing. I invite colleagues from across the continent to come to Nairobi and share with us what they are doing in their countries, and also learn from what Kenya has done and what the other colleagues in other countries have also done. Let's join up together and build a connected Africa.
Digital literacy is one of the 7 core competencies for learners in basic education under the Kenyan competency-based curriculum. In 2021, together with our partners, we launched the first phase of the DigiSchool Connectivity Pilot Project. Connecting more than 13 schools all over Kenya to the internet, we improved the overall quality of education in Kenya through technology.
In the school before, we were not using internet because we didn't have. We were just buying bundles so that we can do our work using bundles, which was very expensive to buy bundles and do most of the work. So when the internet came, it's a bit cheaper.
Since we received the Wi-Fi, we have been using it on a daily basis for different lessons. We use it for so many things. When it comes to class teaching, we use it for lesson planning and even during lesson delivery, where learners can access more content, sometimes that may not be found in textbooks and the resource materials that we have at school. Then on the side of teachers, we also use it for our own communication within the school. Yeah, we also use it to communicate even with the parents and other school stakeholders using platforms like WhatsApp and even Facebook.
This internet has helped me to Google for more information in digital sources so that I can get more information.
The idea was to have the juniors or the students or the beneficiaries of this program to be able to tell us how they have benefited from this project and its resources. The whole point is to have them to do different types of competitions in different categories, where they will be able to creatively express their various opinions in terms of how it benefited them. We have 3 categories in the DigiSchool Creative Competition. We have, for the primary schools, which are 9 schools of the 13, we have 2 categories, the drawing and the essay writing categories. The drawing category consists of grade 4 and grade 5 students, while the essay category consists of grade 6, grade 7 and class 8 students. While the secondary school, which is a more advanced level, is a video production category where they get to produce videos. All in all, the 3 categories, the end goal was for them to showcase how the project or the resources or the benefits of internet to their learning processes and outside learning. On the DigiSchool competition, it was exciting because the learners knew that they are competing with others countrywide, and the issue of the award really excited them even more because they knew by the end of the day we are going to get some award. So they were very busy every time. They want to compete, they want to draw, and the drawings were so many because everybody wants to present the drawings, everybody wants to write, and it was quite exciting to them. The competition has really been beneficial to the students. It has achieved all the intended goals, which was to not only be able to get feedback from the learners about the impact of the project, but also give them a creative way and a learning process.
We use our Wi-Fi to listen to music, to entertain ourselves, especially our free time, and even in curricular activities, for example, games and sports.
So this essay writing has helped me to boost my language.
The upcoming Connected Africa Summit will embody our collective efforts to forge a digitally empowered Africa. We stand on the cusp of a digital transformation poised to reshape our economies, governance, and societal fabric. In anticipation of this summit, we are here to set the stage for comprehensive review of the progress in ICT that is propelling Africa towards achieving its African Union's Agenda 2063. As evidenced by a 2022 report by Google and the International Finance Corporation, our internet economy is on track to reach a remarkable milestone. It is forecasted to reach a staggering $180 billion by 2025, highlighting the significant progress underway. This milestone underscores the groundwork we are steadfastly establishing, a foundation that anticipates a future of connectivity and prosperity for Africa. Additionally, commercializing and monetizing this infrastructure will further bolster its sustainability and impact, providing tangible benefits to citizens in various aspects such as facilitating the trade, fostering the development and adoption of innovative solutions, creating jobs opportunities and involving stakeholders across sectors to ensure inclusive growth and prosperity for Africa. Today, I officiate the Connected National Implementation Committee drawn from the public sector, private sector, and donor community that will support in the creation and implementation of the summit. I call upon all stakeholders to join hands with the government to organize the summit that will accelerate our continental growth and strengthen our networks to do the following three things. One, to connect and partner with us to enhance digital connectivity and infrastructure across Africa, ensuring inclusive, equitable access for all. Secondly, to invest and support sustainable growth through investments in green data centers, cybersecurity, and the digital trade and services sector. And the last one, to transform Africa's governance, economy, and society, focusing on nurturing digital human capital and creating opportunities for our youth. So finally, we collectively embark on this transformative journey. The Connected Africa Summit 2024 stands as a testament to our commitment to a unified, empowered, and digital Africa. I thank you all for accepting to dedicate your time and resources.
Welcome to Connected Africa Summit 2024. Forging a transformative path for Africa's digital future. Happening from April 21st to 25th, 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya. Everything happens here. Come and let's explore transformative initiatives shaping the digital destiny of Africa. Visit www.connected.go.ke and register now.
Ni Irene, nafanya kwa state, nafanya state cha Chiborwa Eldoret through highway. Tangu waweke wifi kwa state inatusaidia sana. Sasa wakati customer anakupigia simu, unaingia tu online, unaongea na yeye kwa WhatsApp. Unatumanishia space yenye imebaki kwa gari, anakutumanishia fare, una connect na yeye. Alafu tena hii wifi imetusaidia sana. Kwanza watu kama sisi hatukuwa tunajua mambo ya TikTok. Nowadays tuko TikTok 24/7. Tunapata vitu mzuri huko ndani, lakini tunaenjoy sana. By the way, tunawaambia sisi tunashukuru watu wa ICT, bado waongeze tu wakati tunatumia wifi ikuwe ni inashika vizuri.
Kenya is recognized to be a pace-setter in the region and in the digital space. The country has an ambitious plan to onboard 80% of government services online for the Kenyan citizen to have efficient access to government services. To ensure the safety of our citizens online, the ICT Authority is working toward ensuring online security as well as guaranteed trust while transacting online. We bring you digital signatures and certificates by the ICT Authority. A digital signature can be equated to an electronic stamp that is used to prove that a digital document, a message or transaction is real, authentic, and hasn't been tampered with, and assures the recipient that the same originates from the intended sender of the information. The authenticity of documents is ensured as they are time-stamped with a verifiable digital trail that shows who signed it and when. This guarantees that documents or transactions haven't been tampered with by the use of encryption keys to create a unique code that is very difficult to fake or replicate, making processes more efficient as documents can be signed electronically, saving time and costs. This guarantees that documents or transactions haven't been tampered with by use of encryption keys to create a unique code that is very difficult to fake or replicate, making processes more efficient as documents can be signed electronically, saving time and costs. It is envisaged that the NPKI will revolutionize various sectors in Kenya and will enable citizens and businesses to also benefit from using digital signatures. With a digital economy comes the need to secure your transactions, and that is why ICT Authority presents to you NPKI. An organization needing PKI services from ICT Authority, referred to as the Registration Authority, must do a request letter to ICT Authority's CEO along with an appointment of 2 authorized organization representatives who will be doing PKI requests on behalf of the organization. Credentials will be sent via email to the AOR to log in and create accounts for the organization's staff that will receive digital certificates. The user will receive login credentials via email. Once you log in, go to the Human Subscriber Certificate tile and click Submit Request to make an application for your digital certificate. Click on New Human Subscriber Request. Select New Issuance and agree with the declaration and save. The AOR will receive a notification of your application and review for submission to ICT Authority for approval and issuance of the digital certificate. For more information on digital signatures, certificates, and the ICT Authority's role in its implementation, visit our website or contact us today on noc@icta.go.ke.
I'm Zedekia Obuya Koko. I'm a student at Kenyatta University pursuing Bachelor of Science in Telecommunications and Information Technology. I am a part of the Seed for Future program 2021. I realized that the children were very lively. Actually, they were very enthusiastic to get more information about digital stuff, digital communication, and they were inquisitive. They were eager to learn more about anything to do with the digital communication.
Training the students from Bosco Boys has been so much great since we were able to interact with the kids. We have seen that the kids have already been exposed to digital communication, and that is what we were covering. So it was nice interacting with them.
The training was awesome. The kids were enthusiastic to learn, and their questions were answered. And I really thank the organizing committee that has made the visit to Don Bosco Boys, and the kids were really great.
Assist for Future has really made me to think outside the box. I've realized that the technology that we have today, the major aim is to reach the least in the society. So I have to think to the level that the execution of this technology impacts the least in the society.
We are the Seeds for the Future 2021! Yay!
No hay tiempo y dimensión, y lo único que escucho es el ritmo de la canción. Ni segundo ni minuto, acelera y freno en seco.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
Here's what security looks like today. Too many threats, too many fixes, too many controls across too many clouds. You end up with a patchwork of brilliant protections that's, well, complicated. And complicated is a problem, because it's harder to manage, which means easier to attack. So wouldn't it just be better if security could be simple, like a single security platform, integrated, centrally managed, powered by AI, accelerated by automation, delivering telemetry and visibility across your entire multi-cloud infrastructure. So everything that's connected is protected. That's Cisco Security Cloud. a cloud-based security platform that makes it easier for your users to access their apps, no matter where they are, securely. For your IT administrators to manage policy consistently across their entire environment. For your security team to detect and remediate breaches anywhere they're happening. And for your developers to create apps that are, from day one, already secure. Cisco Security Cloud. Better for users, easier for IT, optimized for developers, safer for everyone.
We have a system called Ardhi Sasa. So we've been digitizing and digitalizing our land registries and our processes across the country, but we're almost 100% complete in Nairobi. So now the difference with the digital system, at the click of a button, you will get information. At the click of a button, you will get historical information about a parcel of land. It has curbed fraud. You know, people are so happy. ICT will bring up lots of innovations. ICT is opening up more opportunities every day. So I think people now should start thinking ICT, not just, land transactions, valuation transactions, registration. That will change. I'm really looking forward to experiencing this summit Connected because it's my first one. If you have something that you would like to showcase to the world, Connected is a platform where you can do that. I believe this will be transforming to all our stakeholders, our delegates, our attendees, considering even the participation is from the continent and perhaps even beyond. So I welcome each and every of the participants, the delegates, the VIPs, the directors, the PSs, the CSs. It will be a great experience.
This is a very, very important week for Africa, Your Excellency, because it gives us the opportunity as Africa to discuss the emerging issues in our operational environment in view of dynamism in the technological space and come up with a very, very clear tech roadmap.
The primary ambition of this summit is that through determined collaboration and innovation, we will lay a sustained foundation of connectivity and empower the people of Africa to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals as well as the AU's Agenda 2063.
Africa is a continent full of economic growth potential, and in my view, technology is the key to prosperity as we work together to shape the future of connected Africa. When I say every business is a tech business, it is a reminder that technology innovation isn't just about what is flashy, it's about addressing real problems to help real people, like our ancestors did when they first used technology to create that first-hand tool.
As the only fiber manufacturing company, we will be attending Connected, and we encourage all the delegates that will be here that they can also visit our factory, and we will take them through our manufacturing process so that they see how innovation and technology is happening in Kenya. As near fiber, one of our biggest advantages is that we have enabled our customers. We've shortened the lead time to our customers where they used to import cables from, let's say, India and China for 4 months, and we've reduced this to 2 weeks production and delivery to our customer. This will help the customer to deliver their project faster and also start earning revenue early enough. We've also ensured that we are able to deliver these goods within East Africa as the fastest possible because of the East Africa community, and we are able to deliver within 3 weeks, for example, to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Ethiopia.
The story is told that man walked his first steps right here in Africa. The evidence reveals that he didn't just begin his walk here, he began his thinking, creating and developing right here. And so it goes. Africa is the cradle of technology. Kenya's tech journey has been long and steady. As a people, Kenyans are innovative, and this is clearer in the tech space. We have built ICT infrastructure, innovated and leveraged tech to keep connected, do business, and even digitally deliver public services.
Kenya as a country has made significant investments in the area of ICT.
We are enjoying the newest experiences of robotics, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. Kenya's digital footsteps are on that map, and this is bound to grow further as ICT is now at the core of the Kenyan government. So far, over 25,000 kilometers of fiber have been laid across the country by the government. This has yielded an increased internet penetration. This is but a journey in bridging the digital divide on broadband connectivity in Kenya and increasing ICT infrastructure that will go a long way in reducing the high cost of data and broadband-enabled devices that are required to access digital services. Kenya leads Africa in digital payment services like M-Pesa, and this has increased access to credit and brought about convenience for citizens. The automation of services and introduction of platforms like eCitizen, IFMIS, has made access to public services easy and efficient. The Kenya Kwanza government has also rolled out the Hustler Fund that targets citizens at the lower end of the economic pyramid who require credit to upscale their businesses. Our youth have not been left behind. With Ajira, an online job bidding platform gives our youth opportunities to earn online. In the recent past, ICT Authority has partnered with Konza and Tveta to roll out Ajira under the wider Jitume program, through which the youth are learning digital skills so that they can seek paid work online. Through the White Box platform, ICT Authority gives innovators a platform where they can pitch their ideas directly to the government and get technical assistance in the development of their ICT innovations. These innovations are then incubated to scalable startups. One such startup is Damu Sasa. Kilemi and Aaron are two passionate innovators who were accorded technical support to develop the Damu Sasa app that is now supporting efficient access to blood countrywide. Indeed, this innovation program is one of the outcomes from the 2018 Connected Summit. There are other significant initiatives that have been born out of Connected Summit, such as Huduma Centers, the Digital Literacy Program, as well as the e-Citizen platform, which have all transformed the delivery of public service in terms of digital skills and digital services.
There are deliberate efforts by the government to roll out programs in our training institutions starting from basic level, so that by the end of the day at an earlier stage, we also get to expose our kids to digital world. When they become of age, they will be conversant with digital and digital life, transforming them from analog to digital way of doing things.
The benefits of a flourishing digital economy is the greatest offering we can give to our children and the next generation. and we indeed owe them. We are in this position of leadership at such a time, and it's for us to really ensure we open opportunities for our people to be able to access global opportunities from wherever they are.
This year's Connected Summit ties in with the overall government transformation agenda to transform our economy through the use of technology. The high-level conversations here will go a long way in refining the delivery methodologies for the programs, projects and initiatives being undertaken by the government of Kenya in order to ensure we not only accelerate their achievements but also embrace all citizens in the journey. The outcomes of this summit will build into efforts for increased efficiency in public service delivery as well as access of government services by all citizens, irrespective of their geographical locations, in a reimagined public service. The summit will sharpen the role of the ICT sector in our social and economic development.
We hope that this summit this year is going to help us unlock the opportunities that we have in the digital economy.
The frontier where we have got unexploited potential by way of jobs is the digital space. So we want our youth to leverage on technology so that they are able to not just earn jobs by being through the digital jobs which are available in the market, but we use technology to turn our youth into entrepreneurs so that they are able to conduct their businesses driven by technology in their areas of expertise.
Huu mpango wa serikali tunataka kuweka Wi-Fi katika soko na mastage 25,000 katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
We cannot underestimate the power of innovation and technology. And that is the reason why this first Jamhuri in our fifth administration is dedicated to innovation and technology, because therein lies the space for our young people.
We are here again as a team to look into the future of Africa. We are here today to see what we can do individually or as a group.
We have to really think global. This conference, we are doing it for Africa to the world. It's not a Kenyan conference, it's an African continent. We want to showcase what really Africa means to the world, and Kenya is a single point of entry, is a single, single most important driving force behind the digital transformation for Africa. And that's the message that we want to pass. So really for me is to request for your support and to ask you to be innovative as much as you can, so that then we can have a world-class Connected Africa Summit that we will all look back and say, indeed, we have put Kenya on the map.
I call upon all stakeholders to join hands with the government to organize the summit that will accelerate our continental growth. The Connected Africa Summit 2024 stands as a testament to our commitment to a unified, empowered, and digital Africa. I thank you all for accepting to dedicate your time and resources towards the summit.
a leading European online business network with a user base spanning 15 million members, found itself grappling with the complexities of rapid data growth and scaling analytics. Traditional solutions like NFS stores and relational databases couldn't keep pace with the demands of real-time data integration, performance monitoring, and the advanced analytics required by their distributed teams. The gears were grinding to a halt. Like a machine needing fine-tuning, their existing data and AI solutions needed to catch up. HP Emerald Data Fabric made their operations run smoothly. The platform provided the stability, security, and scalability they desperately needed. It also enabled real-time data integration with other sources like Adobe Analytics. This empowered stakeholders with self-service access to raw data for immediate analysis. Now multiple use cases could be handled on a single cluster, and their clunky machinery became a well-oiled, enterprise-ready machine. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Data management and administration time was slashed from 30% to less than 10%, freeing up resources for innovation. The ability to instantly glean insights from raw data opened up new avenues for business opportunities. Moreover, the platform's new global namespace eliminated the confusion of accessing and finding data and provided the global visibility needed by the data science teams. Now, not only is their machine well-oiled, but it's also more versatile and powerful than ever, capable of easily adapting to future challenges.
In the heart of Kenya's journey, there exists a beacon of change and progress. For over 2 decades, we have been dedicated to transforming the landscape of this beloved country. At the core of our mission lies the commitment to advancing infrastructure. We have tirelessly worked to connect communities, providing reliable network services that have powered communication and connectivity. Education is the cornerstone of growth, and we believe in equipping the youth for success. Through innovative technology, we've bridged the educational gap, bringing knowledge to every corner of the nation.
The initiative has reached 28 counties, providing intense face-to-face training for over 2,500 Kenyans.
Our dedication extends to the natural world as well. We've joined hands with conservationists to protect wildlife and preserve the environment for generations to come. In our 24 years of unwavering commitment, we look back with pride at the transformation we've fostered. Together, we have built a brighter, more connected, and sustainable future for Kenya.
The ICT competition, for instance, it's a very important one. Not only to the students or learners who would be part of the competition, but it will generate a lot of awareness in the general public about ICTs and their importance. But more important, I believe the students, the learners themselves, the competitors, it would not only encourage them to develop and be creative in things they do, and encourage them to further go on into ICTs. I think it would promote creativity amongst them. It would give them digital skills which are critical, if are crucial, in this century going forward. From now on going forward, ICTs are very important.
I think this competition would help enhance and strengthen the cooperation because it's looking for talents. And that's the whole essence of a competition. You are putting out a call there for people to submit, and then only those who feel they are equal to the task that can do that. And so more often than not, it is those who have the talent and feel convinced about it that they will actually respond to the call. So that way, the cooperation and the talents that we have amongst our students can be picked also fairly early and also supported to move on to the next level.
We recognize the vital role that Huawei is playing in the country in sponsoring students and also sponsoring the competition within in universities and TVETs, and therefore be able to get the best out of the ICT students.
Through this competition with the corporates, what happens is that you are interacting on one-to-one to a big extent. And I know and I appreciate that they work in teams, but there is that element of being able to identify a talent that you can quickly pick and absorb, probably after they are through. So it really works to strengthen, it works to expose the students to the world of work, it serves to expose the students also to the expectations of the corporation, the corporates.
I wish to encourage all the finalists in the regional competition. We recognize the hard work you put into this, and therefore we wish you the best. Connection.
Glory.
Future ICT competition.
Huawei ICT competition has been launched in over 70 countries worldwide, with over 80,000 contestants from more than 1,600 universities and colleges.
As a participant in the ICT competition, I've had the privilege of being part of a transformative movement. I joined in September 2022. The idea was to further explore the world of networking, to improve skills in this area of technology, in a fun yet a challenging environment, and for personal growth. This competition has not only provided a platform for me to showcase my skills and talents, but it has also allowed me to learn from others and expand my knowledge and understanding of the possibilities that technology brings.
Students are agents of change. So taking such development, personal development, it's first a commitment and a willingness to reach higher levels and to challenge themselves. And here we are. They challenge and they succeed. So this is really awesome.
Huawei ICT competition enables students to connect with the ICT industry to practice their